Hello and welcome to General Orientation for We Care Centers. My name is Patrick. I am the Corporate Director of Education for We Care. And this is a pre-recorded session, so if you do have any questions in the material, you can contact me at this email or cell phone number, or ask your local representative, whoever sets you up for orientation. Up on the screen, you will see a tentative schedule for today. After session 1, we will have our 15-minute break. When we return, we'll continue with session 2. We will then have an hour lunch break, and that will bring us to session 3. I'd like to start by showing you guys a map of our network. We do have 7 homes in our network. Starting in the capital region, we have Collar City. In our central region, we have Fultsbrook. And out west in Rochester, our western region, we have Wedgwood, the Brook at High Falls, Wesley Gardens, Elm Manor, and we have recently acquired the Pearl. Now that you know where we are, I'd like to introduce our ownership group to tell you who we are.
Our mission as a whole is to provide our communities with a better quality of care for all of our residents. The residents of the community of the towns that we are part of the facilities themselves. My vision after many years of working in healthcare was to bring a new level of care to the area. The mission to succeed in this environment is a 3-pronged approach. Our facilities have been an important part of their communities for a very long time, and it's an honor to build on that foundation to bring these facilities to greater heights.
I've been employed here for 40 years. I'm excited about the new changes.
I think the emphasis on care and making the building something bigger underlines what We Care is all about.
It makes the staff and the people feel that things are happening and things are changing, and it's good for the small community. People want to bring their families here.
I think they're a nice group of people and always have a good time doing something.
Here at We Care, we truly do care about the people. The aides have been here for years and years. They know the people, they know the families. Everybody feels like it's a family home.
Whether that be for a short term or a long term, we're there for them.
I had back surgery. They helped me to get through the bad part because when I said, no, I can't do it, they said, yes, you can. If I had to be any place, this was a place to go.
We're a growing company, and we're very happy with the work that we've put in and the programs we've rolled out so far. But that's just the tip of the iceberg, how many wonderful and amazing things that we have yet to come for our future, for our residents, and for our staff.
We really do care about our residents, their thoughts, their feelings, and their desires.
In front of you should be a folder. In that folder, you should see this cover sheet. You start with putting your name, your department, and you use today's date as the date of hire. The check boxes are for office use. I want to direct your attention to the bottom of the page where you'll sign and put today's date. Within this folder, you're going to create 2 different piles of worksheets. One that has your signatures that you will keep in the folder, starting with this sheet here. The second set of forms will be forms you can take home to reference for later. After your cover sheet, there should be instructions on where to park for your facility. Some facilities, especially in the city of Rochester, can be a little bit confusing on where to park, so you should have instruction on where to park, how to park. After the instruction, there's a sign-off. I'll have you sign off on that form. You can put the instructions in your take-home pile and the sign-off form behind the cover sheet in your folder. After the employee parking, you will find the policy for the dress code, and then behind the dress code policy is another sign-off sheet for the dress code. What our dress code policy says is we want everyone to come to work looking professional. That means first, personal hygiene, making sure that we're clean, we smell good, we're wearing deodorant. We want to make sure our nails are well groomed. There's no dirt or grime under our fingernails. Pausing with fingernails for a second from an infection control standpoint, we do not have an actual policy that states how long your fingernails can be or if you can wear fake or acrylic fingernails. But I do have to say, as an infection control nurse, the longer your nails are, the more chance of harboring dangerous bacteria. So we do want to have people have their fingernails trimmed to an appropriate length. And if you do have overhang from your nails, when you're performing hand hygiene, make sure that you're scrubbing good on your fingertips. But back to the actual dress code, we want our clothes or our uniforms to be clean and pressed. Some departments, you may actually have a physical uniform, so please get with your department heads, your managers, to figure out what your actual uniform is for your job description. For our nursing team, it is scrubs. For our individuals who like to wear Crocs, we do not allow the open back Crocs, even the ones that have the tail that flips back. For insurance purposes and infection control purposes, those are not appropriate for our facilities. So please make sure that we're wearing a full fitted non-skid shoe, so a shoe with some sort of rubber sole. We're not wearing slippers, we're not wearing Crocs. Jeans, halter tops, shorts, we do not usually permit. Please get with your HR directors to see if there's a dress down day policy. Some facilities, if you donate to a charity or you donate to the facility, you may be allowed to wear jeans on Friday. Again, I like to direct you to the HR director of your facility to make sure that's still a possibility at your location. The next part of your dress code is your identification badge. An ID badge should have been given to you today, if not by the end of the day. The ID badge is part of the uniform, and it should be visible. Our definition of visible is anywhere above the waist, so if you have to clip it onto your shirt or wear it over a breakable lanyard, that would be appropriate. But our ID badge is a major key, it's a major component of our dress code. Not only is it our policy, but it's also a DOH regulation that everyone should have an ID badge on. If you do not have your ID badge for the day, please use a piece of tape with your name and your job title put right over your shirt. So if you have not already done so, you can put the dress code policy in your take-home file. You can sign off on the signature sheet and put that in your signature folder. And then next should be our electronic devices policy. I will give you guys a moment to catch up those sheets. Bottom line of our electronic device policy. Cell phone use. When it comes to cell phone use, we do not want to see cell phones out on the floor or in your workspace. First and foremost, we are a customer service industry as well as a healthcare industry. And in order to create a positive environment for our residents, we need to give them our undivided attention when we are on the clock and working. We cannot do so when we are nose buried into our cell phones. So we do not allow any cell phones out on the floor or in your workspaces unless you are a corporate or management employee who has been given a cell phone or PDA from the corporate office. If your job scope requires you to have this communication device or use this communication device, applications on the communication device, you can do so. But nursing, dietary, housekeeping, any department at the facility level who has not received an electronic device from the corporation, we only allow cell phone use during your breaks, so your 2:15s and your 30-minute break. We do not want to see cell phones out on the floor. In our electronic devices policy, there's also a section that discusses communication, electronic communication. Due to HIPAA, we do not allow any electronic communication that involves resident information, again, unless you've been given an email address, a phone, or a electronic device built for communication through the corporation. So if you're a CNA, we shouldn't be texting one of our CNA buddies to come help us in room 202. If you have an email address, the only time we should be sending information about residents via email is if you've been given a corporate email address. So before we move on to the smoking policies, I will give you guys time to sign off on the electronic device policy, put the policies in your take-home file, put the signature sheet back in your employee file. Okay, next in your packet, there are two policies, both related to smoking, one specific to the residents, one specific to the employees. Bottom line for both policies, we are no smoking facilities. Each facility that we have is no smoking on any of our facility grounds. That goes for both employees and residents. That is not just limited to cigarettes. incorporates all combustibles, e-cigarettes, anything that produces a spark, loose tobacco, rolling papers, all that stuff. Again, for employees and for residents. If you are an employee who smokes, we do ask that you take it off facility grounds. Just a reminder, if you are parked in a facility parking lot, the parking lot is still considered our grounds. I know it gets cold out there now in the winter time, and a lot of people like to smoke in their vehicles. However, it is a violation of our policy if you are smoking your vehicle in our parking lot. So just a heads up on that. For our residents, we have nobody that's grandfathered in to the guidances, regulations set forth from DOH. So none of our residents, any of our facilities can smoke on facility grounds. If we have people who are smokers that come into our facility, we can offer cessation such as the gum and patch. I do not believe that any of our facilities yet are working with electronic cigarettes with pharmacy. You may see that in the future. But for right now, if any resident ever asks for any sort of smoking materials, cigarettes, lighters, we do completely tell them no. If you are taking it into admission and we find them to have any sort of cigarettes, combustibles, lighters, electronic cigarettes, we do take those, lock them into the nursing station, and we do give those back to any family or next of kin that may come in to visit, or whoever's listed next on their emergency contact list. If they do not have anybody to give them to, we keep them locked in the med room until discharge. Okay. So I'll give you guys a few seconds to sign off on the smoking policy. Take the two policies in your take-home file and the sign off back in your employee file. Next on our agenda, we discuss corporate compliance. In your folders, you should have a blue notebook that says "We Care Corporate Compliance." If you're from Fultzbrook, it is a small white book. There is a sign-off sheet on the back of this book. So before we get into corporate compliance, I will have you locate that book, find the sign-off sheet on the back, sign and put in your folder. Today is a brief overview of what corporate compliance is. For more details on our corporate compliance program, you can refer to that notebook or to that information packet. If you do not have the blue notebook or the small pamphlet at Fultzbrook, what I'll have you do is just sign off on the corporate compliance, sign off, put it in your folder, and then we'll begin. So now, what is corporate compliance? Is a term that not many people are familiar with. So the definition of compliance is the action of complying with a command, or the state of meeting rules or standards. In the corporate world, it's defined as the process of making sure your company and employees follow all laws, regulations, standards, and ethical practices that apply to our organization or industry. Corporate compliance covers both internal policies and procedures, as well as federal and state laws. Enforcing compliance helps our company prevent and detect violations of rules, which protect our organization and our employees from fines and lawsuits.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jim Collins, and I'd like to talk a little bit about corporate compliance, what it is, and why it's important. First, some humor. Found a couple jokes online. Doctor, I think I'm a compliance officer. Well, have you double-checked? I hope you found that funny. How many compliance officers does it take to change a light bulb? 3. 1 to change it, 1 to check it, and 1 to check it again and file a report. Ha ha ha. I don't know if those are funny or not. Compliance is not funny, and getting in trouble with compliance is not funny either. A corporate compliance program is an organized and methodical oversight method that brings together a company's policies and their procedures. It brings together training, monitoring, auditing, reporting, and improvements. So that's what a corporate compliance program is. But why is it important? It's equivalent to good ethical practices. That's why. The compliance program is meant to detect and prevent administrative and civil violations, criminal violations, financial and quality risks, as well as promoting residents' quality of care. So on a not so funny note, maintaining an effective corporate compliance program now is a means of surviving.
So with corporate compliance, you'll hear the word ethics a lot. What ethics is in this instance is doing something the appropriate way because it's the right way to do things. And that's what our policies and procedures are based off of. What's the most ethical practice? And broadly speaking, the most ethical practice to do as a corporation, healthcare corporation, is to develop a corporate compliance program. And with our corporate compliance program, you'll see a few different elements. And the first element you'll see is the actual written policy and procedure. So all guidances that are placed on us from state or federal regulation bodies, we will have written policy and procedure for. The second element is having a corporate compliance officer, someone that's going to take ownership of the corporate compliance program within your facility. In most facilities, it is your assistant administrator. And it's important to know who your corporate compliance officer is because this is the individual you're going to go to for any complaints related to corporate compliance. The next element is training and education of all of our staff. We do so upon orientation and then on an annual basis thereon after. Our next element is to have an effective communication line with that corporate compliance officer. All of our corporate compliance officers are available 24/7, whether through phone or email. There's also a 24/7 hotline number for corporate compliance. This should be posted in your break rooms or your common areas. This number, again, is activated 24/7, so anytime there's a corporate compliance complaint you'd like to make, you can call this hotline as well. The fifth element of our corporate compliance program is having disciplinary policies. So anytime any internal audits find there's any discrepancies within corporate compliance, we do have sanctions that we give ourselves, our corporation. There's also sanctions that our governing bodies will give us as well, DOH, CMS. Our sixth element is having a system to identify compliance risk or areas of non-compliance. This is done through a series of audits. Our seventh element is for prompt response, a prompt response system. Like I said before, we have a 24/7 access to your corporate compliance officer or the corporate compliance hotline. The eighth element of our corporate compliance program are policies of non-intimidation or retaliation, meaning that we are self-policed. So our employees have the ability to file complaints about corporate compliance if they think that we're out of compliance. So our policies prevent any of our facilities, any administration from taking action against an employee who in good faith made a complaint about corporate compliance. On the screen, you'll see the actual labor law as it applies to retaliation. One other major way that we stop retaliation from happening is all of our complaints are anonymous, especially the ones that you make to the 24/7 hotline. So just to recap, corporate compliance, the purpose is to protect our business, protect our corporation, and protect our employees. It's as simple as that. Maintaining compliance equips our employees to do their jobs well, reach their career goals, and then keep, ultimately, our customers, our residents, happy. In turn, our company can then achieve our goals and then grow faster. So as we discussed previous, our corporate compliance program conducts risk assessments, properly trains our employees, and then the third major component is establishing and maintaining our code of conduct. So our bottom line goal overall is to create a healthy environment for our residents to thrive in their twilight years. But the best way that we can do that is by creating an environment that our employees enjoy working in, our employees want to come to work and provide that care and assistance to our residents. And we strongly believe that creating a healthy work environment starts by setting these standards and this code of conduct for our employees. And that should bring you to the 10 commitments page in your packets. There's 2 copies, a copy for you to sign and put in your employee folder, another copy to take home, reference for later. And what I want you to do right now is just read through those 10 commitments to the code of conduct, digest, sign off, file, and then we'll move on. So I'll give you a few seconds to read through and sign off. Okay, so you guys read through our 10 commitments. That's derived from what our code of conduct is, what we expect all of our employees to, how do we expect our employees to conduct themselves, not only in front of our residents, but throughout the workplace towards our other coworkers. Like I said, our bottom line is customer service. We want to create the best atmosphere for our residents to have, the best life that they can while living in our facilities, living in our communities. Part of creating a good experience for our residents is employing, good workers, people that want to help out other people, people that enjoy their jobs. And we realize that part of enjoying your job is having to go to a job that you enjoy going to. And that responsibility falls on us as a corporation of creating an environment, a healthy work environment that people want to enjoy to come to work. They enjoy helping out each other or helping out their coworkers, helping out our residents. We want to create an environment where people feel like part of the We Care family. And what we have created based off that thought process is our code of conduct. So we believe that if everyone abides by our commitments, abides by our code of conduct, they act professionally throughout their job with all their interactions, that we will create that positive work environment that people want to come to. And in turn, it will help our bottom line of creating a great community, a great facility. Okay. So diving deeper into some of our standards that we have here as a corporation, our first standard is quality of care and services and resident rights. What does that mean? Is we want to improve the health of our community we serve by providing the highest quality of care services in a caring and efficient manner. That means that our standard for our employees is to come to work every day, giving your best effort to improve the quality, maintain the quality of care that we give to all of our residents, and to respect our residents' rights. We do take a deeper dive into resident rights later on in our program, but that is part of our quality of care and services, abiding by resident rights. But to expand on that more in this session, as it involves standards of care, all of our residents receive a Bill of Rights upon admission. Another one of our standards is that all of our residents are involved in their care planning process. Not only does quality care mean the care that we actually provide to our residents, but it also incorporates what services that we provide as a corporation through our facilities to our residents. So this means that our CNA is going to provide ADL assistance as needed to all of our residents to the best of their abilities. We're going to have well-developed activities, programs in all of our facilities to meet the psychological needs of residents. We are non-abuse, non-neglect facilities, so we will be reporting all mistreatment, abuse, neglect of any kind to the respective departments, and we always do quality assurance follow-up through a series of audits. When we talked about bringing on good employees, good quality people, the first step is our screening process. The only way that we can provide quality services from quality individuals is if we hire quality individuals, and again, that starts with employee screening. So all of you who were screened, whether that be through the CHRC system, through Prometric if you have a license, or through your background checks or reference checks. Our code of conduct also discusses kickbacks, inducements, self-referrals. The one example that I use is we have medical directors who may have outside practices. Part of our code of conduct, our standards, our ethics is that our providers would not give self-referrals for outside community sources. That means that if we have a medical director who has a private practice, we will not have that doctor refer them to themselves on the outside for our people who are getting discharged. Okay. We will not bill or document anything more than the services that we are actually giving for our residents. So for our CNAs, for those who are unfamiliar, all of our documentation goes into our reimbursement through insurance companies. So as a CNA, you document someone needs 2 assists. We get more reimbursement than someone who needs 1 assist. So part of the code of conduct is to document appropriately and accurately. When it comes to therapy, we're not going to be billing for extra services that our patients may not need so that we can get a kickback from either the insurance company or through whatever outside resources we may be using for that person, the individual resident. Conflict of interest. Another standard of ours, we want to protect ourselves from any conflict of interest within our company. What that means, if we have employees, for example, who have a snow removal business on the side, unless there's special permission by the administration of the corporation, we do not allow any of our employees to then put in either bids for certain special projects. When it comes to hiring of family members, we try to stay away from family members having direct supervision over employees, okay, because that can be seen as a conflict of interest as well. Again, when it comes to billing integrity, our therapists, our CNAs, our RNs, LPNs, make sure we're documenting only the services that we're providing. Again, part of our code of conduct is that billing integrity. We will not bill any of our residents for services that were not rendered by them. When it comes to facility property, because I've seen this before, whatever is purchased by the facility and is used for facility purposes should not be taken home for personal use. The one example that I use is our personal care equipment, or products, I should say. So lotions, zinc creams, Band-Aids. We shouldn't be taken home. I've seen people take home toilet paper. If it's bought by the facility, it's for the facility or for the residents. Okay, so that's when we discuss protecting our property and our assets. Building off of workplace conduct. When it comes to employing individuals, we are an equal opportunity employer. You know, we look down upon workplace violence, harassment of any kind. We strictly prohibit any discriminatory treatment, harassment, abuse, or intimidation here at WeCare. We'll talk about sexual harassment at the end of the day. I do have to mention this, unfortunately. As a reminder, the workplace is not an appropriate environment to bring any sort of firearms or other weapons, explosives, dangerous devices, okay? I tell everyone to leave the Glock 9 at home, not even in your car. And then again, drug use, alcohol use. Please come to work sober. We're taking care of individuals. A lot of the stuff that we do is vital to their everyday lives and their functioning. It is not appropriate to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol while you are at work or prior to coming to work. I do have to mention that for everybody. We do have, the policies vary depending on which facility you work at, but for the most part, we do reserve the right to ask for drug tests if we believe that you are under the influence of drugs and it's affecting your work performance. Some facilities do reserve the right for sobriety tests if we believe you're under the influence of alcohol. One of our last standards here is research. What that means is we will not put into place any practices, policies, or procedures without doing our due diligence. We research, we assess, we implement, we revise. It's a never-ending cycle of our practices when it comes to caring for our residents. We will always make sure that there is information, evidence-based research that backs up any of our policies and procedures. For example, if we release a new catheter care policy attached to those policies and procedures, our little footnotes, almost kind of APA style for those who are familiar with that, of information that backs up why we have certain practices and why we do things a certain way. That kind of folds into our quality of care for our residents, right? One of the last elements of our code of conduct has to do with our policy and procedures that involve privacy. This is where we start talking about HIPAA, or the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, HIPAA. HIPAA is a collection of privacy laws. They tell us as healthcare workers what we can do, what we can share, who we can share information with pertaining to a resident, or about a resident's case, their diagnosis. So even though it is part of our standards, it is also its own section in your packets. So what I'll have you do now is I'll give you some time to put our HIPAA policy in your take-home pile, sign off on the standards, code of conduct, the 10 commitments if you have not already, and the HIPAA policy, and put those in your employee file. Essentially, any information about the resident, age, date of birth, the fact that they're even a resident in our facility, labs, x-rays, diagnoses, their progression in therapy, how they're doing with their ADLs, all of that is protected under HIPAA. What does that mean? That means we cannot discuss any of that information, any resident information, with anyone who is not directly involved in the care of that person. Okay. A lot of times you guys may get calls from family members at the nursing station. You get that on the evening shift a lot, maybe possibly night shift. I suggest anybody that gets a call on the floor looking for status updates, you direct them to the supervisor, nurse manager, okay? There's only certain people we can talk to, family members. They have to be listed in the contacts. There has to be information sign-offs. So protect yourself, protect the residents. Any query that you may get over the phone, please please revert that to a supervisor, unit manager, or director, okay? But HIPAA is the regulations, the guidelines when it comes to privacy for residents and their information. So I said we should only be talking to the people who are directly involved in the care of that individual. What I really mean is this principle of minimum necessary. So individuals who care for people or who care for our residents, our other employees, should only know what it takes to make their job or to complete their job. So for example, if we have someone that's on contact precaution for C. diff, so a bug that's only killed by bleach, the only people that need to know that the individual is on contact for C. diff, the diagnosis of C. diff, are the CNAs and the nurses taking care of that person, so they can put on the proper PPE, the therapists who are taking care of that person, because they need to put on the proper PPE. But dietary doesn't need to know they're on contact for C. diff. They just need to know they're on contact precautions. They don't need to know the diagnosis. On the flip side, your housekeepers, even though they're not providing direct care, they would fall under that minimum necessary principle, because they then have to change up what kind of materials they use to clean the room. Make sense? So principle of minimum necessary. If you are having trouble with what information you can give or can't give to whomever, if you ask yourself these 3 questions, you should be safe. 1, do you need this information to perform your job? One example I like to use is I used to work at one of our hospitals in Utica, New York, about an hour east of Syracuse, for those who don't know. And for those who know who Bon Jovi is, the 80s rock star, his daughter went to Hamilton College around the Utica area. And she actually overdosed and was taken to one of our emergency rooms. We had nurses and aides get fired because they were accessing this girl's chart. So do I need this to perform my job? She was in ICU. Does the orthopedic nurse have to look into Bon Jovi's daughter's chart? No, it has nothing to do with orthopedics. So we actually had our IT department flag her chart, and anyone that was not involved directly in her care actually did get terminated for a HIPAA violation for accessing that person's chart. So do I need this information to perform my job? What is the least amount of information I need to perform my job and perform it effectively? And does the person with whom I'm speaking need to know this information to perform his or her job? If you ask yourself those 3 questions and you can answer those 3 questions, you are more than not protected or protecting yourself from any sort of HIPAA violation. Okay. So some do's and don'ts. We want to only discuss patient information, not only with whom needs it, but we also need to take a look at our environment as well. Shouldn't be discussing information or situations in elevators, okay, in the cafeteria, on lunch breaks, in the hallways. If you work with a significant other at home, you shouldn't be talking about the residents, okay? If you are working with papers that have resident information on them, I know a lot of aides, nurses, if you're new to a wing or a unit or a facility, You may take some personal notes on how to care for an individual, make your day a little bit easier. Any sort of resident identifying information, papers, whatnot, they need to be put in the shred it bin before either you leave or when you are done with those papers. We shouldn't be taking any patient information, identifying information home with us. If you're a ward clerk or you're working with resident appointments, any paperwork that you have at the nursing station should be flipped over so you don't see any patient identifying information unless you're working with it. For those who are going to be using the kiosks or computer screens for charting, when you guys get your point-click care, which is our EMR system, when you guys get your point-click care training, you will go over how to lock that screen. So if you walk away, no one can look at the resident information, the resident charts. Saves you some time. You don't have to keep logging in, logging out. There actually is a lock feature for the screen. Okay. Again, any information that's on paper, if we need to discard it, needs to go in the shred it bin, not in the regular garbage can. Each unit, each department has its own shred it bin. It's a locked bin that once it goes in, you shouldn't be able to access it. The only people that can access it are the ones who are going to be destroying it. Okay. Don't forget who's nearby. So a lot of times we have alert and oriented residents who may get bored. They like to hang out at the nursing station, like to eavesdrop on kind of what's going on during shift to shift report. If you guys have worked in homes before, you may have seen this. The nursing station actually, I'll mention this, actually isn't a very good place to give report because of that situation. A lot of times people are either using the phones or residents using the phones. You have your alert and oriented residents that are hanging out. They kind of like to eavesdrop. We do like to encourage bedside rounding. We think that it encourages better communication, not only between the employees, but the employees and the residents. Evidence-based research has shown that it is a good practice to help that continuity of care to provide a better outcome for our residents. So bedside rounding is always the best. Okay. But you want to be careful who's in your environment, what environment you are in when giving patient information out. Okay. When it comes to electronic devices, please do not charge your cell phones, electronic devices, and any of the computers in the facility or the kiosks. Any sort of linking up through the USB port per our policy is a potential HIPAA violation, okay? Because we cannot control any information that you either put onto our computers or take off of the computers. So please do not plug in any of your electronic devices, any of the facility computers. If you need to give records, okay, we do not put anything on USB drives or CDs. If something comes from on a CD, it's usually an imaging report that comes from a primary care provider. So if you are a nurse or medical records or a clerk and you need to give information out, please do not make copies of it electronically. For many of our roles, you guys will have logins to certain programs, whether it be for documenting therapy or documenting nursing care on residents. We're going to be working towards getting an HR program as well for all of our employees. Either way, you'll be giving a username and password. Please do not give out your username or password. Protect yourselves. You don't want someone going in and charting under your username because it is linked to you, obviously. So if you are given a username or password to any programs that's necessary for your job, please keep your password private. If there was ever a breach in privacy, confidentiality when it comes to HIPAA, there are civil and criminal penalties that someone can face. Okay. A lot of times they're monetary fees. I have seen it where sometimes people get short little sentences, criminal sentences, depending on what type of information is released. Any questions on any of that HIPAA policy procedure? Now, when it comes to our corporate compliance, when it comes to our standards, our codes, when it comes to HIPAA, if you have any complaints or potential violations, we want you to report that to your corporate compliance officer, okay? If it's something to do with patient care, we like to go through the chain of command. So, go to your supervisor first. You identified an issue, so maybe something needs to be corrected right then and there. Then you can go to your corporate compliance officer. Again, if it has something to do with the corporate compliance officer, your complaint, you can go into your break rooms, look at your corporate compliance board. There is a number that you can contact to file a complaint anonymously through the number. All right, before we take our first 15-minute break, we will review QAPI. When we talk about corporate compliance, I mentioned that we do a series of audits to make sure that we are compliant with all our rules and regulations. But not only do those audits help with making sure we're following the rules, but we also do a series of audits to make sure that the care that we're giving, the services that we're giving our residents, is to the highest quality it can be. Hence why QAPI stands for Quality Assurance Performance Improvement.
Welcome to QAPI for Certified Nursing Assistants, Making a Difference, presented by Health Insight Oregon. What is QAPI? During this short presentation, you will learn to define QAPI, your QAPI role, and how QAPI benefits nursing home residents and staff. But first, meet Louie. Louie is one of many nursing home residents cared for by certified nursing assistants just like you. You work hard providing him with quality care in the place he calls home. Louie enjoys bird watching. Watching birds outside when he was younger and from his apartment window as he grew older is what made Louie happy. You've gotten to know Louie and see that watching birds can make him smile. It's important to his quality of life. So every day after lunch, you bring Louie to a window in the lobby. You feel comfortable that Louie is safe doing something he enjoys while you continue working with other residents. You are rightfully proud of providing excellent, person-centered care. But one day, the lobby is suddenly full of activity and noise. Oh no, everything happens so fast and Louie falls. Luckily, Louie is not hurt. A report is written and his doctor and his family are notified. Of course, his family is concerned about the fall and want to know if Louie can safely continue his favorite activity. You are concerned too. What happened? You remember all the activity and noise just before he fell and wonder if it played a part. You report what you noticed to the nurse, and this information is included in the report. The nurse suggests you also report it during QAPI rounds. But wait, what is QAPI? Right now, your nursing home is tracking information about how care is provided and comparing it with national quality standards. That's quality assurance, or QA. But care can be made even better by identifying and carefully acting on areas for improvement. That's performance improvement, or PI. Quality assurance, QA, plus performance improvement, PI, together make QAPI. Nursing home residents are always at the heart of QAPI. Improving their quality of care and quality of life is what QAPI is all about. Your workplace may already have a QAPI plan in place that reflects your organization's mission and values. Staff should follow policies and procedures which support QAPI efforts. What does that mean? How do you support QAPI? You are already supporting QAPI by reporting opportunities to improve care. QAPI just takes that reporting to the next level. Your report about Louie's fall will be compared to other information to decide if this problem needs special attention. In this case, complaints about noise happen frequently. Residents and their families are concerned that noise from staff and televisions affects sleep. Staff is concerned that noise levels can make it hard to concentrate and communicate. Now it appears that noise may have contributed to a fall. Falls increase the risk of injury, both for residents and for staff. So how can QAPI help? Here's how. QAPI uses teamwork to solve problems. A special team is formed to work on the problem you have helped to identify. This is called a Performance Improvement Project, or PIP team. You are part of the team. PIP teams pull together staff from multiple departments and can also include residents and family members. Why is that? That is because QAPI always focuses on the systems that are involved and not on individuals. Systems? What are systems? A system is made up of two or more parts working toward a common goal. Nursing homes are a kind of system. Different parts or departments work together with the goal of providing resident care. For example, certified nursing assistants and the Department of Nursing Services are one very important part of the nursing home system. Nursing services, in turn, work with other departments or parts of the system, which all come together to provide resident care. But systems can be tricky. You can't always see what's going to happen when parts of the system overlap. To prevent a fall from happening again, it will be important to include all the parts of the system that may be involved. Which departments were involved here? Did you identify nursing services, the maintenance and housekeeping departments, and office staff? Each of these departments is included in this PIP team. During team meetings, everyone listens and everyone learns from each other. In the end, your team agrees. Noise reached a tipping point and contributed to Louie's fall. Now the team brainstorms about the best possible solutions to prevent such problems from happening again. Suggestions include adding noise meters and educating staff about the health effects of noise. Other suggestions include scheduling housekeeping and maintenance during times when residents are not using the lobby, and turning television volume down at night. The goal is to decrease complaints about noise throughout the unit where you work. Your team expects that with these changes, complaints about noise will decrease. Your PIP team plans carefully to put the project into action, including who will be involved, what resources are needed, where it will take place, when it will occur, and how it will be monitored. So what happens next? Your role, as always, is to be accountable for your own performance. That means supporting the performance improvement project as it is carried out, and supporting others as changes are made, because change takes time. During this time, some on your team will collect information to learn if your PIP team is meeting its goal. In this case, your team learns that complaints about noise are decreasing. You are proud to report back to your leadership that, thanks to the Performance Improvement Project, Louie can calmly and safely sit and enjoy bird watching in the lobby after lunch. You can be proud that you helped make a difference using QAPI. Let's review. How do you make a difference with QAPI? You make a difference by learning about QAPI and by actively participating in QAPI. First, what have you learned? You have learned that QAPI places residents at the heart of care, looks at systems, not individuals, and involves all staff and residents and family members in problem solving. How do you participate? What is your role as a certified nursing assistant? You participate by reporting concerns that affect resident care and quality of life, by contributing to PIP teams, by supporting QAPI projects and QAPI policies and procedures. But what's the benefit? Why QAPI? The benefit for nursing home residents is decreased risk of injury and error, better quality of care, and better quality of life. The benefit for nursing home staff is also decreased risk of injury and error, increased workplace participation, and increased job satisfaction. You are making a difference. Remember, certified nursing assistants like you provide essential hands-on care where you work. You are in an important position to make a difference with QAPI. QAPI needs your eyes, ears, and voice. Thank you for taking the time to watch this QAPI learning activity today, and thank you for helping to make good care even better.
So I like that video because it sums up what exactly we do for QAPI using a real life example. We have falls occur in all of our homes all the time. We're dealing with individuals that have physical disabilities as well as cognitive disabilities. But anytime we have an instance that occurs, whether it be a fall or another A&I issue, we will go through that same process as you saw in the video. We want to make sure that we can come up with a root cause of why the accident occurred, see if it's a systemic issue. Maybe it's something that we have to change. Maybe it's something that we systemically, something is wrong with our systems that we have in place. And then we'll review and see what we can change to make sure that none of those issues occur again. That is what QAPI is in a nutshell. The following audio excerpt that you'll hear is from one of our previous orientation classes. They did a little group exercise as it relates to QAPI. I want you guys just to listen, hear what they have to say, hear how the exercise went, and hopefully it helps to drive home what we actually do with the QAPI process. I'm going to give you guys an issue, a resident care issue. And I want you guys to discuss how you would prevent the issue from occurring again, and then what you guys would do to make sure that your interventions were working. Okay, QAPI is an interdisciplinary effort. It requires all disciplines. You, in your role specifically, may not have a role in QAPI, but your department does. Like we said prior, Wesley mentioned teamwork, interdisciplinary teamwork for better outcomes. And that stands true for our QAPI process. So I want you to envision that we have a resident who in the past 48 hours has been admitted to us and has had 2 falls out of their bed. We found them on the floor twice, both at nighttime. I want you guys to discuss as a group what the possible root cause could be of why that person's fallen. So I know Wesley kind of has a little advantage. You guys have some PTs, some OTs. And this is a completely made up situation. So within the last 48 hours, they were admitted and they had 2 falls at nighttime. Think of maybe why that person could be falling. Think of maybe some interventions that we can put into place to stop the fall. And then how would you guys monitor to make sure those interventions are working? So take 5 to 10 minutes, discuss as a group, what would you do for this person? Okay, before we get into some of your guys' responses, I gave you guys very minimum information for a reason. And we're going to come full circle when we talk about accidents and incidents and whatnot. But I'm going to pick on Wesley because they have the PTs and the OTs. So with just the bare minimum information that you guys had, what's a possible cause for this person's fall?
A medication issue, disoriented to the facility. Maybe he's a diabetic, but not knowing the system, like for if there's a call button that he could use.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good.
Balance issues.
What are some interventions then that we can put into place to try to prevent future falls from happening to this person?
Lower the bed with the mat on the floor. Talk with the patient as to what he was trying to do for the falls. Orient him to the call bell button and make sure it's within his reach. Maybe put more frequent checks in the room for looking into the room.
Mm-hmm. Possible adaptive devices for alternate ways to use the bathroom. Maybe some type of fluid restriction at night.
Yeah, putting in for PTOT request if it hasn't been already.
Good. And how would we measure to see if those interventions are working?
There's a decrease in number of falls.
Good. Pretty basic, right? Awesome. Thank you. You guys can mute. So that, in and of itself, that little exercise is a microcosm of QAPI. So anytime we have an accident or incident, there is a small version of QAPI that occurs. We do a root cause analysis. So this example of fall, we'll figure out why that fall is occurring or possible reasons why that fall is occurring. We'll put in interventions, like you said, PTOT referrals, non-skid, strips on the floor, fall mat, make sure the care plan's updated with the bed at lowest position, call bell in reach, all those standards of care, right? And then we have to figure out how are we going to measure if that's effective? Like you guys said, no more falls or decrease in falls, no injury from falls. Good. How much easier would that have been for you guys, though, if I also told you that the person has a diagnosis of Alzheimer's and they just came off of a posterior hip repair, status post 5 days. There was no call bell in the room, and the bed's malfunctioning doesn't go down to its lowest level. Would it be a little bit easier to come up with a root cause analysis or put some interventions if you knew all that information? Yeah, shaking your heads. Good. So when it comes to, I want you to keep that principle in mind. The more information we have, the easier it is for us to come up with a plan, put interventions in place. And then the more information we have, the easier we can put in true interventions to help something, the better outcome we're going to receive, right? In all of our jobs, no matter what department you have, the more information that you have, the better we're going to be able to come up with, or the better outcomes we're going to have, care outcomes for our residents. So that in and of itself is a microcosm of QAPI, and that happens every day with all our A&Is. There's also a macro level of QAPI, like a corporate QAPI, where we may look at just the number of falls and see if there's systemic issues. But essentially, what it all boils down to is this chart right here, this little flowgram for QAPI. And we ask ourselves these 3 questions. What are we trying to accomplish? Or what is the problem? How will we know that that change is an improvement? And then what changes can we make that will result in an improvement if there's nothing positive coming from our current interventions? And this cycle happens nonstop. Plan, do, study, act. Plan, do, study, act. Okay. So we do this on a corporate level. We do this on a facility level, and it encompasses all situations and problems. There is just a broad A&I spectrum where we discuss falls, resident to residents, behaviors. If there's any new guidelines, we'll come up with a QAPI project based off those state or federal guidelines. For example, one of the most recent ones that we're all affected by is the COVID-19 vaccine for our employees. We develop QAPI projects to make sure we're in compliance with the COVID vaccine guidelines. Okay, and that takes us through QAPI and gets us to our first 15-minute break. So you can keep this rolling. The 15-minute break is built into the video, and we will resume.
Boss Mine. bass, you know, as the bass, as the bass, you know, as the bass, you know. This is the mix of DJ Boss Mine.
I love the way she makes me smile, she makes me smirk. It gives me chills, it makes me blush, it gives me worth. And I can see her reading the Miss Universe. And if heaven does exist, it will most probably look like her. Yeah. I love the way she makes me smile, she makes me smirk. It gives me chills, it makes me blush, it gives me worth. And I can see her reading the Miss Universe. And if heaven does exist, it will most probably look like her. May babae ako nakita kay ganda. Yung mga mata niya ay bibihagin ka. Pag tumingin ka sa'kin na ay matik na. Pero pinanaga ni Cupido sa pool na sa pool ka. Yung mga lakad niya ay grabe talaga. Pag lumikot siya sure ball maaakit ka. Dagdag pa dyan ang hindi niya. Pag tinignan ka pa niya sure na finish
Mas Party Mix Club. This is the mix of DJ Boss Mine.
I love the way she makes me smile, she makes me smirk. It gives me chills, it makes me blush, it gives me worth. And I can see her reading the Miss Universe. And if heaven does exist, it will most probably look like her. Yeah. I love the way she makes me smile, she makes me smirk. It gives me chills, it makes me blush, it gives me worth. And I can see her reading the Miss Universe. And if heaven does exist, it will most probably look like her. Mandalo daw pa rin ang reyna ko. Para ka lang si Kuya Will, ginawin sa puso ko. Hindi kita kailangan kumpara. Kasi ikaw lang baby at wala nang kang iba. Pag tumawag ka, nakakatulog ka. Parang sorbetes na iniwan sa labas, diba? Kung ako na nga ang papipiliin, panalo ka na matik, pwede
Mas
mo
Party Mix Club.
makulitin. I love the way she makes me smile, she makes me smirk. It gives me chills, it makes me blush, it gives me worth. And I can see her reading the Miss Universe. And if heaven does
As the bass, you know, as the bass, you know, as the bass, you know, as the bass, as the bass, you know, as the bass, you know. This is the mix of DJ Boss Mine.
I love the way she makes me smile, she makes me smirk. It gives me chills, it makes me blush, it gives me worth.
All right, and welcome back. Hope you guys were able to get up, stretch your legs, get a little bit of coffee in you, maybe some tea. Now, the next part of our presentation, we do go a little out of order from your packet. So right now, if you want to make sure that you're signed up all the way through QAPI, and the video actually skips forward ahead of fire safety and disaster preparedness and goes right into accidents and incidents. I like to follow up QAPI with accidents and incidents because part of the QAPI process is reviewing those A&I reports. So in order to get you guys more familiarized with our A&Is and why we conduct A&Is, what type of incidents we see in the facilities, we're going to go into our accident prevention topic and discussion. So don't do anything with your folders or your papers. Keep them all in order. And without further ado, here's our accident prevention. Okay. People who are admitted to our facility, they have impairments, whether it be a physical impairment, so some generalized weakness, mobility impairments, they can't walk on their own, they can't transfer on their own, ADL impairments, they can't take care of themselves, whether it be toileting, dressing, okay? They also have visual impairments, hearing impairments, all 5 senses. There may be an impairment with that resident. There's a reason that they are here, a physical reason. Not only are there physical reasons, but there's also psychological reasons. You have your Alzheimer's dementia people, okay, TBIs, CVAs. All of these impairments put people at risk our residents at risk of being involved in an accident or an incident in the facility. Okay, whether it be falls, resident to residents. What I want to talk about now is how we try to prevent those on a systemic level and then tie it into our QAPI. Okay, if you are an employee of We Care, safety should be on your mind 24/7. Safety is in every role, whether it be in the dietary department, making sure we're using the equipment and the stoves properly, the right temperatures, we're temping all of our food, making sure we're not giving liquids that are too hot, making sure that we're giving the right consistency of diet. For maintenance, safety, obviously always. You have your OSHA. Nursing, we're obviously trying to prevent falls and other accidents from happening. Safety should be on the minds of everyone 24/7. Therapists, when it comes to DME. Some of the main accidents that you see, or the incidents that you see in a nursing home, are slips, trips, and falls. Why? Because a lot of our people are physically impaired. A lot of people have the vision impairment, hearing impairment. All that boils down to an increased risk for falls. So what we want to do is have things in place, practices in place on a systemic level to make sure that we are doing the best that we can to prevent these things from happening. So when it comes to caring for these people as an aide, you want to make sure they have non-skid footwear. When it comes to housekeeping, making sure that all of our equipment that's stored in the hallways is over to one side of the hall. If you guys notice, you have handrails on both sides of your hallways for our residents who are mobile and have something to hold on to for balance or to help themselves get by. All the equipment should be to one side of the hall, so one rail is always available going down one way. Not only for the mobility, but we're going to talk about pace and space when it comes to evacuations. It was part of our fire code as well. If we have wet floors, we want to make sure that those are cleaned up. We put out signs, wet floor signs. Okay. If you have a resident that uses durable medical equipment for ambulation, making sure it's the proper equipment. So if someone has a standard walker, make sure they're not using a four-wheeled walker. If someone needs a cane, quad cane, it's the appropriate one. Okay. We want to prevent slips, trips, and falls. So if someone can't see well and they can't walk well, we want to make sure that the room's not cluttered. Things that they can trip over. We want to remove all tripping hazards. Again, if the floors are wet floor signs. Clean those things up immediately, right? Preventing against slips and trips. On an employee level, again, some departments may require you to wear specific brand non-skid shoes, specifically in dietaries. Get with your managers. When it comes to a resident level, we always want to make sure they have proper footwear on, whether it be our non-skid socks or a nice rubber sole. We never want people to walk around with athletic socks on, especially with a lot of our facilities have linoleum surfaces. Very easy to slip. We want to provide adequate lighting. Like we said, some people may have vision impairment. If the room is cluttered and the room is dark and they're up trying to go to the bathroom, there's a good chance they're going to slip, trip, or fall. So good lighting, good footwear. We want to make sure their call bells in reach at all times. They can get a hold of us for any sort of assistance they may need. Extension cords are a no-no unless given by maintenance. If maintenance provides you with an extension cord, it should have a safety sticker on it that it was evaluated by maintenance. And if we are using extension cords for whatever reason, we want to make sure that it's not in a walking path, high traffic area for our residents. If you guys notice, all of our beds, all the cords run towards the head of the bed. The head of the bed should be up against the wall. So all those cords run under the bed and then plug into the wall. So none of those cords are on the floor for tripping hazards. Our call bells, they have clips on them, right? CNAs, all call bells have clips. You want to clip them onto the bed. One, so that the resident can always get the call bell, doesn't fall off the bed. But two, so it doesn't fall off the bed and then create a tripping hazard as well. It's twofold why we have clips. Okay. Again, adequate lighting. What can we do when it comes to our buildings? Certain structural hazards. So blind spots, if there is a blind spot, a little intersection, and kind of like we're driving cars, especially when we're pushing people in a wheelchair. Look both ways for crossing the road, right? Don't come around a turn too tight, too wide, too fast. If we're using a ramp, we got to push people up and down a ramp. If you're pushing up the ramp, you push the wheelchair regular. If you're going down a ramp, we should be backing the residents down a ramp. so the inertia, the gravity does not put them forward out of the wheelchair if we're going down a ramp facing the wheelchair the proper way. You always want to go backwards down a ramp. When it comes to wheelchair transportation, you want to make sure that everyone is using foot pedals if you're pushing them in a wheelchair. Now, I know we may have a lot of residents who propel themselves in a wheelchair and the foot pedals get in the way. But if that person needs a ride or a lift or a boost down the hallway, they need to have the foot pedals on their chair. I've seen it a lot of times where someone holds their feet up, they drop them down, the person falls, flips forward out of the wheelchair. So there needs to be foot pedals on the chair when we're pushing a wheelchair. Again, going around corners slowly, not just when we're walking through the halls, but especially when we have residents, pushing residents down the wheelchairs. We're ambulating with residents. So our equipment that we may use, especially with our CNAs, if you have, let's say, a Hoyer lift that's not working properly, please just take it out of rotation or put a sign on there that says not working. And then when you go through orientation with your when you're shadowing out on the floor, please discuss with the person who's orienting you where your maintenance book is, so you guys can report those issues. The best way to prevent accidents from happening when using mechanical lifts or any sort of equipment, the best way is to do it how the manufacturer says. You use it how it's supposed to be performed. So always 2 people with Hoyers or sit-to stands, right? 1 person to operate the machine, 1 person to guide the resident. But the second best way to prevent issues with equipment is to remove it if it's broken. We don't want to come by a Hoyer that's not working properly and just put it back where we store the Hoyers so that someone else can come and find out that there's an issue as well. So anytime there's broken, damaged equipment that's not working, please take it out of circulation. Please post on there that it's not working appropriately, and please fill out a maintenance request. And then, as always, let the supervisor know, let your unit manager know. Okay. Any electrical equipment that we may be using, make sure it's not frayed. Make sure there's no sparks when you're plugging it in. If it's smoking, unplug it immediately. Any equipment that we plug in, electrical equipment, needs to have a maintenance or environmental services safety sticker on there saying that it was evaluated by the maintenance department, that all the components are working appropriately. Okay, when we talk about fire prevention, that's the best way to prevent electrical fires. But even when it comes to cell phone chargers, you have a resident that comes in with an iPhone charger. I know it's a hassle, but get a hold of your maintenance group. Let them come take a look at the charger. They have to have that sticker, that maintenance approved sticker, on anything that we plug into an electrical outlet. Some other signs, electrical equipment not working. You see, you get a shock when you plug it in. Loss of power as soon as you plug something in, something sparks, you hear a sizzling, a burning. Any loose plugs, stay away from, put in a maintenance request. Again, follow your facility policy and procedure, follow the guidelines, manufacturer guidelines when it comes to carrying or using this equipment. Excuse me. If you're unfamiliar with the equipment, not just sit-to stands, Hoyers, or anything like that, even if you're unfamiliar with slings, splints, DME, please get with your supervisor, your unit manager, or that person's therapist. They can help you out applying slings, splints, DME appropriately. If maintenance comes around and they find there is mechanical issues with something, they will put what we call a tag, a lockout, tag out tag on there. Essentially, it just means do not use this equipment. It is not functioning properly. It still needs to be repaired. We have a lot of residents that have oxygen or use oxygen. When it comes to oxygen safety, we need to have it posted, 1, at the facility main door, where there's oxygen in use. So anyone that walks in the facility knows there's oxygen in use. And 2, there should be a sign posted. It's usually a magnetic strip that we put on the frame of the door that shows oxygen in use for the residents who have oxygen in their rooms. When it comes to oxygen safety, you want to make sure the canisters are never standing free. They're either chained to the wall or they are in a carrying, like call it a cart, an oxygen cart, the hand cart. Excuse me. If they're being stored in a closet, either chained to the wall or in a crate. Okay. When it comes to food safety, we have multiple checks that come into place. The person that is making the meal ticket is the first check to make sure that it's appropriate. The second check is the person putting the tray together to make sure that the consistency is appropriate. The third check is the CNA or the nurse or the ancillary staff that's handing out that meal ticket or handing out that tray. They take a look at the meal ticket, make sure it's accurate, and then make sure that what's on the tray is accurate. So those are the three checks we have: the person making the person making the ticket, the person making the tray, the person handing the tray off. Okay. So that's what we do systemically to try to prevent accidents from happening. In the event of an accident or incident, so a slip, trip, fall, resident to resident, anything that's outside of the normal business function of your facility, we have to make what we call an A&I report, accident incident report. Okay. Again, a good employee is a safety first employee, someone that has good judgment, knows what the right action is when it comes to accidents and incidents or preventing accidents and incidents. But in the event that something happens, we fill out an A&I report. We do this for falls, bruises, skin tears, elopements, medication issues. And anytime we do an A&I, we are going to be looking for, where are we? Witness statements. Anytime an A&I occurs on the back end, on a administration level, it has to go through our little QAPI, what's the word I'm looking for? Process. For those who aren't familiar with an A&I report, or if you are going to be a supervisor out on the floor, our A&Is, the questions that it asks, the information that we ask you to gather, essentially completes that QAPI process for us. We're looking for witness statements that have to do with the person caring for those residents. So if you have a fall on the floor, everyone that's on the floor will do a witness statement. We're not just looking for information about what occurred at the time of the fall, but what happened leading up to the fall. Did anything happen post fall that could lead into being a root cause of the issue? So we're going to ask information: what's on the person's feet? Was the call bell in reach? Was a care plan being followed? What interventions are in place now? What interventions are we going to be putting into place? So the reason I wanted to go into accidents and incidents off of QAPI and off of that little discussion you guys had as a group is to discuss the importance of witness statements and the importance of a thorough investigation. So the more information that we have on an incident or an accident on a resident, the easier it's going to be for us to figure out what the real true root cause of the problem was. And the easier it's going to be for us to put in interventions in place that are going to prevent these issues from happening in the future. So when you're given a witness statement form, you need to fill out a witness statement, or you are performing an A&I investigation. We're looking for what we call objective information. For those who don't know what objective information is, it's something that we can measure either with our five senses, or mathematically, scientifically, compared to subjective information, which is opinions. Okay, so he or she does not like statements. They thought statements, your hearsay statements. Okay, they think, we think they need. What we want is obviously the name, date of the incident, the names of the people that are involved, the location, the complete description of what you noticed occurring, but in an objective manner. So the person had been yelling out all day. You notice when helping the individual, he may have been more weak than usual, more confused than before. They didn't have footwear on. They were incontinent at the time of the fall. How that person was before the incident. Any witnesses that you may have. You may have been around at the scene. So if it's you and another person, you and another aide, we want to know that that aide was there with you, and vice versa for the aide filling out her witness report. And any other information the nurse may ask, especially with falls, they may ask for our diabetics, may ask for recent blood sugars, may ask what medications were given earlier. But I wanted to talk about the witness statements and how, why we look for all this information off of QAPI, because those two go hand in hand. We're not going to be able to prevent issues from happening in the facility if we don't have the best, most accurate information to then put interventions in place to prevent those things from happening. Does that make sense to all you guys? If not, you can raise your hand. We can discuss it further. No. Okay. emergency preparedness. So where we left off in the packets, you guys should have a sheet that shows what the codes are, the emergency codes, color coded. It looks like this up on the screen. I do not want you guys to memorize these, just have a good understanding of what each one would be. The reason I don't want you to memorize them specifically is because you will get a badge backer that has these codes on it, okay? Yes, it is good to know what they all mean. And if you can rattle it off the top of your head, that is great. And I appreciate that. But you will get a badge backer that has all these codes. So if you hear one of these codes announced and you are unfamiliar with what it is, you can look at the back of your badge and it will tell you. There are some that kind of pop out that are used universally. So if you've worked in healthcare before, some of these codes may be similar to ones used before. Usually code red is universal for fire, and usually code blue is universal for medical emergency. We also use code black for active threats that require lockdown, code purple for elopements, code orange if there's a hazardous spill, code yellow for severe weather. If we have to evacuate people, you'll hear code white. Again, code blue for medical emergency, and then you hear all clear over the PA. That code is no longer in effect. Business can go back as usual. You may have codes that are stacked on top of each other. So if we have a code yellow because of flooding and we need to evacuate residents, they have a code yellow, then hear code white. What you do in the event of all of these, we're going to briefly discuss what to do for fire, but your actual job-specific duties will be reviewed with your manager and with whoever's orienting you out on the floor, okay? But we're going to do a quick oversight of these emergency codes and what kind of falls into these codes. So you can take the sheet that has the codes on it into your take-home file. The next one should be the sign-off. You received all the emergency codes. And then we'll get into fire, safety, and prevention. So I'll give you a couple minutes to get all that in order. Now that your sheets are back in order, we're back on the file, we will begin with fire safety. We start with a little video.
Just about everywhere you look, you'll find electrical equipment. Yet it seems there are never enough sockets around. So this tends to happen. And an overloaded socket is a serious fire hazard. So the general rule must always be one plug, one socket. As electricity is a potential source of heat, all equipment should be unplugged from the mains whenever it's not in use. Anything which is damaged should be replaced immediately. Makeshift repairs all too often get forgotten, until there's a problem, that is. Heaters and open fires are also a potential cause of fire, and must not, under any circumstances, be used for drying clothing. And remember, other items in the room will also be warm and dry, which means they'll burn much more readily. Cleaning materials and things like toilet rolls should be kept locked away. Although this may sometimes seem more trouble than it's worth, especially when you're busy, it is a necessary and sensible precaution. Even everyday things like furniture polish or air fresheners could present a fire hazard. You see, it says here, flammable. So flammable cleaning materials, solvents, aerosol paints and similar materials should be kept under lock and key when not in use. And when such materials are to be stored in any quantity, they should be kept outside the building with only enough for normal day-to-day use kept in the storeroom.
Now the following audio excerpt is from that same previous presentation. I asked individuals in the orientation if they can take a look at their departments and what they foresee as possible fire issues or fire hazards in their department. Let's take a listen to what some of their answers were.
I guess from a nursing aspect, the only thing that I can really think of is faulty equipment, like always checking the cords and stuff to like the oxygen machines, nebulizers, things like that.
Awesome. Good. Thank you.
Yep.
We're in the kitchen, in the basement.
Yeah, we're in the
Wesley, what'd you guys come up with?
frayed wires on different pieces of equipment.
Good.
Something that, you know, residents, family members might bring in a candle or something.
Yep. Awesome. We'll talk about candles specifically in a sec. And then Brooke, what'd you guys come up with at the Brooke?
I was gonna say damaged cords.
Good. Very good. Okay. So you guys are pretty safety conscious. Those are some good answers. Let's dive into it. If there's a fire, first thing you'll hear is code red. Okay. If you hear a code red, you need to know what steps to take. Again, your job specific duties will be delegated out on the floor when you're going through orientation. For example, there needs to be someone that puts the med carts in the approved area to clear the hallways. Some people will monitor doors, but you will get those job specific duties when you're orienting on the floor in your department. But as an employee, we're all responsible for knowing what could possibly cause a fire. We need to be able to remind our visitors and our residents what our smoking policies are, because smoking is a major cause of fires in facilities. Excuse me. And we do ask that even if you may know that it is a fire drill, everyone participates as if it is a real emergency. If we treat everything as if it is a real emergency, then we will always be in tip-top shape when it comes to an actual issue occurring, whether it be a fire drill, a code blue, a mock code blue, a real code blue. So there's three elements to create fire. One, you need fuel, something that burns. Then you need to add heat, you need to add oxygen. The main one we're going to talk about is oxygen, because we have a lot of people that are on oxygen. Some facilities may have built-in wall oxygen. And we're going to talk about other materials that we try to stay away from, what we do to protect materials that may be fuel for a fire, okay? So the major fire hazards, one, smoking. We try to counteract that because no one should be allowed to smoke in the facility. But if you've worked in a nursing home or a congregate community before, you know sometimes there's some people that like to sneak some things in or can get some things by. Frayed faulty cords, you guys mentioned those, that's good. So our overload electrical circuits, a lot of electrical fire, smoke and electrical fire. Those are the two main ones. And then the lack of precautions around oxygen, lack of that oxygen safety awareness. So again, fire prevention for smoking. We do not allow smoking. For electrical appliances, you guys mentioned it already. We mentioned it before. Every electrical piece of equipment has to have the maintenance sticker on it, the maintenance tag that says it's allowed to be used, it's been checked, and it's okay to use. If there's a damaged plug, don't use it. If it's sparked when you plugged it in, don't use it. Try to unplug it if you can. If you hear a sizzle, smell something, unplug, let maintenance know immediately. Smoking, electrical fires, those are the two main causes of fire in facility. Again, try not to use extension cords. Anytime you have to use an extension cord, please get maintenance involved. They can get something that's approved. They can usually anchor it to a wall as well. And again, if there's any equipment that's not properly functioning, please report that to maintenance. Please remove it from circulation. When it comes to oxygen, again, you have to have the sign at the front of the facility door. So if you guys walk in, you should see that there's an oxygen use sign posted somewhere in the main entrance. There should also be oxygen in use or no smoking signs, something that delineates that there's oxygen being used for the resident rooms. If there's oxygen being used in that room, usually it's a magnet strip that goes on the frame of the door. It's important to know that the more oxygen, the more the fire will grow. Just like us, we need oxygen to survive, so does a fire. And when we talk about R.A.C.E, we'll talk about containing the fire, suffocating the fire. But anytime there is oxygen, there's a potential for a fire. If you notice any of our linens, none of them will be 100% wool, 100% nylon, because all of those could create static. Static is a heat source that can cause a flame. Any sort of electrical equipment like razors, radios, hair dryers, you want to keep them a safe distance from oxygen. So if you have someone that's on an oxygen tank, someone that's on a wall oxygen, anytime you're using electrical razors, anything that can produce static electricity, like use as far away from the oxygen source as we possibly can. Someone mentioned candles. If families bring in candles, we do not allow any open flames in our facilities. So no candles, no wax burners, even though it's just a light bulb, no wax burners. If you work in the kitchen or you're working in the kitchenette on the floors, any sort of grease or oil spills, please clean up promptly and quickly. Grease fires are a pain to control, take care of. If you are working with any flammable equipment, so our maintenance workers, our housekeepers, we have designated fireproof boxes, we'll call them lock boxes in the maintenance department. Any equipment or material that could be flammable, when not in use, should be stored in these lock boxes, okay? So that's what we try to do on a systemic level to prevent fires. But what if there's a fire was to actually happen? Again, you will get your job-specific training out on the floor in your department, but there are some acronyms that you must know, some general terms, and then your responsibilities fall into these terms. So the first one you want to know is RACE. RACE stands for rescue, alarm, confine, and evacuate or extinguish. So what does that mean? We hear the fire alarm go off. If we are near the fire, we want to remove any resident from any unsafe situation and get them to a safe place. That's what we mean when we say rescue. Once we have removed the residents from the scenario, from the situation, and the alarm has not been activated, you then want to activate the alarm. So always remove the resident first from the situation. And you'll see this theme come again when we talk about abuse and neglect. Any safety scenario, the first thing we want to do is remove the resident from the situation. Then pull the alarm, and then confine. When we talk about confine, we're talking about trying to keep the fire in one area. We're trying to suffocate the fire. So automatically when the fire alarm goes off, any doors that are on mag strips, the magnetic strip shuts down, those doors all close. Out on the floors, if you're instructed with evaluating the rooms of residents in the rooms, you'll be asked to go in, check under the beds, in the bathroom, in the closets, making sure there's no residents in the room. If there's no resident in the room, you will shut the door and put an evacuated tag on the door, so that when we do have to evacuate, we know we don't have to waste time going into that room. So that's why it's very important that you make sure you check the closets, the bathrooms, even under the bed. We also want to shut all the windows, decrease sources of oxygen coming from the outside. I'm sorry, if you have a resident that is in the room, I should have went this before we went to the windows. We still shut the door. We do not put an evacuation tag on there, obviously. But all of the doors in the facility are fire rated for greater than 60 minutes, some greater than 90, depending on where they're placed. That means once fire contacts that door, it's going to take 60 minutes or longer for the flame to burn through that door. So we want to confine it by shutting all the doors, closing all the windows, and then if necessary, evacuate or then extinguish. And we'll talk about the extinguish process in a moment. The main thing we want to do and why we ask everyone to participate in all the drills is if they are actual codes or actual scenarios occurring. The main way to reduce negative outcomes is to remain calm. Evidence-based research has shown the more panic, the more undesirable outcomes may occur in a situation, an emergency. So remain calm, go through your RACE acronym, listen to instruction provided to you by your supervisor, by the administrator. Again, close all windows and doors, turn off heating units, air conditioners. I talk about pace and space. What that means, we need the space to keep up the pace for an evacuation. So when it's not an emergency, when it's just day-to-day business, we want everything over to one side of the hallway. In the event that there is an emergency, we have fast, easy access up and down the halls, no obstructions. It also plays into our accidents prevention for residents with decluttering, right? You may be asked in your role to put equipment in closets or in other areas like dining rooms to fully Open up those hallways on both sides. Again, you'll get that instruction when you're orienting onto the floor. There's a few different mechanisms we have in place for residents that have disabilities, such as hearing or vision impairment. For our ones who are vision impaired, we obviously have the fire bell. For who are hearing impairments, we have the strobes. It is important, however, to make sure that we are paying special attention to the individuals that we know have hearing and vision impairments. They may not hear or see the fire alarm going off. When it comes to evacuation, we want to work with the most independent and down in that order. So if you're asked to evacuate residents, you will be asked to start with the people who what we call walkie-talkies, our most independent individuals. For a effective evacuation, you need to have the most hands on deck as possible, most trained hands. In order to get the most people out in a timely manner, while also waiting for the most hands on deck to come, we go in that order, the most independent down to the most dependent. Why? Because let's say there's a fire at night. One of our buildings has 2 nurses and 3 CNAs. That's only 5 individuals that can get out a building of 40. So we get out the most people that we can on our own. When we start working down to who needs the most assistance, because by that time, the fire department's here, we have more hands on deck that can help us then with our 1 assist and our 2 assists. Make sense to everybody? So you start with your most independent people first, and then work towards the most dependent. If you're in a building like Wesley that has multiple floors, you may be asked to do what we call vertical evacuations, which means you have to use the stairs, the residents down the stairs. Again, we want to start with the most independent so we can get the people who can walk down the stairs nice and quick, because we will need to have hands on deck to get our people who are either total dependent, your Hoyer lifts, your ×2 extensive transfers down the stairs in some fashion, whether that be actually dragging their mattress down the hall, putting them on a mattress sheet, just dragging the sheet with them down the hall, using it as a hammock for a 2-person carry, or using a 2-person crutch carry. You may be asked to do a vertical evacuation using those methods. Again, follow the instruction by the administrator, by your unit manager, your supervisor. So we've gone through R.A.C.E, and we are now at the extinguish phase of R.A.C.E. FYI, any place there is a fire extinguisher in your facility, there should be something that is letting you know there's a fire extinguisher right there in that area. Up on the screen, you'll see a sign that says fire extinguisher with an arrow pointing down. You should see those in your facilities above the fire extinguishers. If not, usually the red box protrudes slightly out of the wall and says extinguisher on it. You should be familiar with where your fire extinguishers are. When using the fire extinguisher, A, B, C, D, the classes, the most important for you guys to know is that we use an ABC extinguisher. Each extinguisher puts out a certain type of fire, the most common being A, B, C. So your ordinary combustibles, your flammable liquids, your electrical equipment, those are the fires you mostly see in a nursing home. You don't usually see combustible metals. So all of our extinguishers are ABCs. But when it comes to using that extinguisher, the second acronym you need to know for fire safety is P.A.S.S. You may have heard this before in the past. P.A.S.S stands for pull, aim, squeeze, and sweep. What does that mean? So P, pull. We pull the pin from the extinguisher. Where is my picture of my extinguisher? Usually below the handle, there's a pin, like a grenade. You pull it out and it allows you to pull the handle down. So the first thing you want to do is pull the pin, then remove the hose and aim it at the base of the fire. Squeeze the handle to release that extinguishing fluid, and then sweep left to right. So pull the pin, aim the hose, squeeze the handle.
Fires kill more than 3,000 people in the United States each year. And if we're going to have to deal with these fires at home, in the office, in the shop, wherever, we have to know how to use a fire extinguisher. When you encounter a fire, you have to make a conscious decision. Is it worth me trying to put it out with a fire extinguisher? Should I just back out of there and call 911 and let the professionals take care of it? Every company is going to have someone in charge of checking these visually on a monthly basis. Every year you'll have them sent away to be checked by the professionals, but the monthly checks are pretty simple. Let's make sure that they're charged. Let's make sure all the parts are in place, that the hose is in good condition, that they're mounted in the right place. It's easy to lose track of one of these things if they get used. Make sure it gets put back, it gets recharged, because you never know when you're going to need to use one. If you happen upon a fire that is small enough for you to actually fight with one of these smaller fire extinguishers, all you have to remember is the acronym P.A.S.S. P.A.S.S helps us learn how to use this thing safely and not forget it when our mind is being preoccupied by the blaze. P is for pull, and we're going to pull the pin. The pin is here to make sure that this thing doesn't accidentally get discharged. It's really the only thing that's stopping these two levers from coming together and discharging the unit. When we pull the pin, make sure we're not squeezing together. We're just holding on the underside. It should be pretty easy to pull. It should have some sort of a tether on it or maybe a plastic band. Discard both of those things, and that's when we're going to go ahead and grab this nozzle and move on to our next letter. Grab this nozzle, and we're going to aim at the base of the fire. Stay a nice safe distance away. And S is for squeeze. When we squeeze this handle, we'll discharge the unit. And the last thing we're going to do is sweep. We're going to sweep at the base of the fire and try to put out the flames from the bottom up.
In the event we have to evacuate, again, you will hear a code white. You may be asked to do a vertical evacuation, again, using the stairs to exit the building. Any questions on fire safety, fire prevention? Good. Moving on to our next code. We have a code blue. Now, I know it says CPR under code blue, but I do want to make everyone aware that code blue stands for any medical emergency. Any medical emergency. So if you have someone that you believe is having a stroke, you can call it code blue. If it's someone that you just think needs to be evaluated immediately, there's what we call maybe circling the drain. You can call it code blue. Code blue does not have to wait to be called until someone needs CPR. Okay, you can call code blue for any medical emergency. Now, most of the time, with that being said, code blue is in a nursing home, means that someone requires CPR. If you hear code purple, that's for elopement. The first thing you guys may be asked to do for an elopement, our ancillary staff may be asked to guard the doors. Our direct care staff will be asked to do head counts. And we'll go into elopement and wandering procedures probably after lunch. If we need security, whether that be for a resident, for a volunteer, for a family member, if there's a bomb threat, a active shooter threat, we will call code black. That means we go into lockdown, and you will go over lockdown procedures in your department orientation. Once you hear code black and you go into your lockdown procedures, then wait further instruction from the administrator. And we'll go into different other examples of these codes. Code yellow, again, is for severe weather. So your floods, your earthquakes, your tornadoes, your hurricanes. Some different examples of what we call an external disaster that will have a code attached to it. If there's a snow emergency and we're having trouble getting staff in the building coming from home, you may hear a code yellow. It means everyone stay in place, do their jobs as we're supposed to as we try to get staff in. If there's a tornado, hurricane, high wind emergency, you'll hear a code yellow. Contamination of the outside air. If there's a community-wide flooding, you hear code yellow. If community unrest, if there is riots down the street, say Wesley Gardens, you're in the city. So there's a riot down the street, you may hear code black for lockdown. So those are just some examples. Examples of internal disaster that you may hear a code, whether it be a full power outage, loss of heating, loss of water, anything that disrupts our ability to give services, perform services to our residents is what we call an internal disaster. It could be classified as an internal disaster. Anytime there is some sort of disaster, whether it be internal or external, we should always be prepared for evacuation. If we have to evacuate people to another facility, the first thing you guys should know is that each facility has agreements in place with either sister facilities in the area or other close long-term care facilities located by your facility. So Foltzbrook, the closest one we have is Canandaigua. So in network, I should say. So we have agreements with local nursing homes out of network that if we had to emergency evacuate residents in an emergency, they have a place to go. On the flip side, if whoever you have an agreement with needs to evacuate, we also have agreements to take their residents as well. So if we have to evacuate or receive residents, please be aware that we may ask for more staff to come in, since now the capacity to care for people has now increased drastically. If we have to send people out, we use a system, what we call e-fines. Each individual gets a bracelet. They're scanned going out of the facility with a barcode scanner with a special program given to us by New York State. And then when they're received by the facility that they're going to, they also get scanned in. It's a good way to help us track. More practical with the larger facilities. It's sometimes we have to evacuate our smaller ones. They're only 30, 40 beds. Obviously, it's a little bit easier to track where people are going. But in the event of a mass disaster and you have 140 people at Foltzbrook, that e-fines comes in pretty handy. And then if you hear code clear or all clear, I should say, the code is over. We can resume business as usual unless given other special instructions by your department heads. All right, so that brings us up through disaster preparedness, fire safety, accidents, and incidents. Before we move on to wandering and elopement, what I want you to do is catch up your signature sheets, put all the files that you signed back in your employee file. Any take-home information that's been put into your packet, you can put in your take-home folder. We will then get into wandering and elopement and resident rights before lunch. All right, before wandering elopement, you will hear another audio clip from a previous orientation class that discusses wandering and elopement. So sit back, listen up, let's see what they have to say. All right, another group activity, short one for you guys. Scenario: resident, ambulatory, diagnosis of dementia, Alzheimer's. They're expressing that they want to leave the facility. They're by an exit door. What would your response be? Take a few minutes as a group. Think about what your response would be. We have a resident who's fully ambulatory, diagnosis of Alzheimer's. They are at an exit door saying they must leave the facility. How would you respond? All right, let's start with the Brook. You have a resident that has Alzheimer's. They're at the door saying they need to leave the facility. How would you approach the resident? What would you say to them?
First, I would try to redirect them or like take their attention on trying to leave.
Good. Good. Wedgwood?
There we go. Okay, so we thought the same thing, like redirection. Like I've worked Alzheimer's and dementia in the past. Usually I try to see what the reason is that they're trying to leave the door. Like it may be something as simple as like, hey, I want to go see my son. And then I'll be like, well, honey, don't you remember, your son called just a little while ago and he's coming in a little bit. And then like try to redirect them and try to sit down and have like a snack or anything you can think of to redirect that getting away from the door.
Awesome. Sharon. So you guys both you're good. The general umbrella term that we use is redirection, right? What does that actually mean? There's some different things we can do to distract an individual from what they're trying to accomplish, because we believe that there's a safety concern, right? Specifically in this example, the person's going to try to elope or get into an area that residents are permitted. Now it's a safety concern. So the blanket term, right, is redirection. Now, Wedge, I'm glad that you guys mentioned trying to figure out why they're wandering, because that's the first thing we want to do. Because there's different types of wandering. If you've worked in a facility before, you know there's different types of wanderers. What it all boils down to is that usually there's an unmet physiological need or psychological need. There's an unmet need that's causing this person to wander. Okay. So again, either they're confused with Alzheimer's, dementia, some other sort of cognitive processing, depression, boredom, agitation, are people who are disoriented to a facility. Maybe it's their first time there, or we had to change their room. They may just be hungry. They may be thirsty. May have individuals who may feel the need to have to go to the bathroom, but they cannot communicate that to us properly. So now they're looking around for a bathroom, they're wandering around. What it boils down to is usually there's an unmet need, physiological, psychological need. Different types of wanderers, different groups that we have. We have our exit seekers. So it would be an unsafe wandering practice. Your Alzheimer's individuals who need to find a way to get out. They're trying every exit door. You have your restless wanderers, people who are wandering companions. I've seen that before, where you have one person with the Alzheimer's dementia who's up wandering around and maybe aimless, and they kind of attach to each other, kind of like magnets, wandering buddies. Again, boredom's a big one, and so we always have activities on board, heavy with our dementia, Alzheimer's people who are walkie-talkie. And then again, another physiological need like toileting, hunger, thirst. You know, you may talk about your people that have sleep disorders. You may talk about people who are anxious. I've had it where we had a gentleman who wandered only at nighttime. Come to find out in the care plan meeting, he had spent 25 years as a nighttime security guard. So, you know, does that play a role? Probably. It could very well. There's some things that we want to look out for, especially with our new residents. Do they have a history of wandering? You know, our elopement assessments start on admission. So one of our sections for our admission assessment is the elopement assessment. It will ask these questions: new resident, cognitive status, certain diagnoses, what their ambulatory status is, and each person gets a elopement score. Based on that score, we have certain interventions that we automatically put into place. Most of the time, it's a wander guard unit, either an ankle bracelet or a wrist bracelet, that when this device goes near our exit doors, it locks the door down immediately, and they can't push through unless there's a code. Or, important to know for you guys, even though someone has a wander guard on, or if you're in a facility where your doors are automatically locked and the wander guard is just used for loitering, any door that is locked will automatically release if the crash bar or the doorknob is being pushed on or turned for greater than 30 seconds. It's a fire safety mechanism. Okay, we can't keep people 100% locked in. There needs to be some sort of mechanical way to open that door in case of emergency. So please, if you have someone that is exit seeking and they are banging on the door, we want to act as quick as possible to redirect them. Because if they do start to hang on that crash bar, it will open up after 30 seconds. Okay. Our housekeepers, I see this a lot with them. They pick up on, you know, they go into either take clothes out or put new fresh clothes into the closets. Closets are now empty. That person says they're packing up to go home. You know, these are all different little things, different either little habits or nuances of that person's either personality or their routine that we want to be aware of to try to proactively stop them from being in an unsafe wandering situation. So we use the wander guards. We may increase rounds, safety checks on these people. You know, in the most extreme cases, you may see 1-to-1s, 15-minute checks. We may look to do one-on-one activities with these individuals. Okay. But as Wedgwood said, the main thing we want to find out is try to get a root cause of why they're wandering. If we can try to figure out why they're wandering, we can put proper interventions in place to protect these individuals. The main thing, other than meeting that physiological need, so if they're hungry, thirsty, need to go to the bathroom, the other concept we want to be aware of too is we want to let them wander as long as it's safe. I mean, a lot of times You see some individuals maybe have some built-up energy. That boredom is usually a big one with wandering. Or just a lot of times you have that person that wanders 24/7, but the more that they're up walking around, the more tired that they get, and we can get them to sleep at night, get them into a better routine. So we never want to stop someone from wandering around. We just want to prevent them from putting themselves in unsafe situations, if that makes sense to you guys. It's their rights to be able to get up and walk around. So we obviously can't actually stop them from getting up and walking. But when it comes to wandering around the units, wandering around the facility, as long as it's a safe situation, as long as we have interventions in place to maintain that safety, we want them to get up, walk around, exert some of that energy. Okay. We may use stop signs on doors, specifically in resident rooms. If we have wanderers who like to go into resident rooms, we may put a stop sign across the door. There's something about the stop sign that resonates still with individuals with cognitive loss. I have seen it where some people just kind of just go over the sign or rip the sign down and go past. But most times, 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 times, the stop sign does deter people from going through different doors or into different rooms. I have seen some facilities use the one-way stickers for windows to kind of put up like a fake bookshelf over the windows of the doors to try to deter people. But there are interventions we can put into place to try to get people from even going to that door in the first place, right? When it comes to interventions for people, it's important to communicate. Anytime you may, let's say you have Jane Doe, it's difficult to redirect, but she enjoys ice cream. And if you tell her that you're going to an ice cream social, she'll follow you, right? You can get her to the cafe, you can get her an ice cream cup. If that's something that you're finding to be effective, any intervention that you're performing, finding to be effective to redirect somebody, make sure you bring that up to the supervisor, bring it up to the nurse manager, bring it up to your director so we can add it onto the care plan. The more comprehensive our care plans are, the more individualized they are, the easier the job is for everyone taking care of that person. So we can go into the Cardex, we can see what interventions are in place for certain behaviors. And if something on the flip side is not working appropriately anymore, sometimes some interventions just have a lifespan on them. And then that person is no longer, because of the way that their disease process is progressing, that intervention may no longer make sense to use. Let your supervisor know. I tried playing Uno with them. Right now that they don't have that kind of ability to even have a game. If they can't play a card game, and on their activities care plan for behaviors, it's to play card games with them. If they no longer have that cognitive ability, we want to make sure that we're aware of that so we can remove that from the care plan, because it doesn't apply to that person anymore. So if you're having interventions that are working, that you're finding that are working, make sure you communicate those. Interventions that aren't, communicate those as well, because it takes a village to create a solid care plan, so that we know moving forward how to properly care for this person. Okay. So we did talk about in our standards, our ethics, our commitments to our facilities, resident rights. And I briefly just mentioned that obviously their ability to wander is a right for them. When it comes to resident rights, it's important to remember we are not walking into a place of employment per se. We are walking into someone's home, a very large home with many rooms, but we are walking into someone's home. And the rights that we have at our houses, on the outside of our work facility, our residents have on the inside, as long as there's not a safety concern.
On July 1st, 2010, the Long-Term Care Homes Act of 2007 came into effect. It reinforces that long-term care homes are where residents live and must be places where they feel safe, secure, and comfortable, and receive care that meets their needs, including physical, psychological, social, spiritual, and cultural needs. The legislation is a proactive approach on resident-focused care. It gives residents the right to be engaged and be an active participant in their care. It encourages involvement with the care team to address their concerns and fears about how they live in their homes. Resident-focused care is about recognizing residents as individuals, empathy, communication, building relationships, and working with families. Section 3 of the Act sets out 27 rights of residents. The intent of the Act is to ensure these rights are provided through legislation. The Residents' Bill of Rights establishes in law that residents live with dignity, security, and safety while they are in a long-term care home. In addition to quality care, residents can expect to exercise these rights in order to maintain independence, participation, and self-fulfillment. All these residents' rights are established and guaranteed in this legislation. Staff working in any long-term care home are to respect and support all these rights.
I think the residents' rights, as proclaimed in the Residents' Bill of Rights, is a very important area of safeguard for residents coming into long-term care. It's a huge transition from living alone, most of them in their own homes for many, many years, often after a spouse has died, and with a number of illnesses.
As part of their role, all members of the care team, including healthcare professionals, staff, and support workers, are to respect, maintain, and follow the Residents' Bill of Rights. It is the law that empowers residents' rights. The following highlights residents, family members, and staff describing their views and experiences with residents' rights and how they see these rights in their everyday environment.
I would like to be treated with respect. I would like if I ask for a favor, I would either like my wishes to be granted, or else I would like to be told why not, why I can't have that.
I feel that he's worked hard all his life. He's a respected member of the community, and I think he should remain a respected member of the community. He should be treated with respect and dignity. He should still have choices, and he should still be able to make decisions on his own, in spite of how progressed his illness might be. I would hope that he would have access to legal professionals as well as medical, dental professionals.
My perspective on resident rights is they really should be observed. They've been around for a long time. I think they are owed that respect. To be perfectly honest with you, we do try to observe them here in the home.
Just like us out into the, like myself out into a community. No, you may not prefer everybody you run into in life, but how I would like to be treated with respect. No, you don't call them dear or ask them. I ask my residents what they want to be called. Would you prefer me calling you by your last name? Can I call you Annette? But some don't like to be called by their first name. I don't know them well enough. It depends on the generation, the background that they come from. Some like to be called, the little, like I have a resident here that likes to be called Cha-cha, that's auntie in Polish, and so that's unfamiliar to me, but that's what she likes to be called, and that's what we do. Just treating them with respect how I'd want to be treated. Familiarity. We work with, they live here, but we work here. We're here often too. We're part of, not to say their family, but in essence we are. We are part of their daily lives. So.
Well, I'm treated just about as good as I could be. There's a few things that I'd like to change. The food, for instance. We have two choices every day, and every meal, in fact. And you take your choice, and if you don't feel like it, don't eat it.
A resident has the right to refuse, like we all do in life. I think that when people are admitted to a nursing home, they may not realize that, they see the nurses, they see the doctors, well, I have to do what these people say. And that's not true. It's we kind of try to portray here that this is your home and you have every right to say no. And as Peggy was saying, we don't have to get up for breakfast. You can sleep in.
I think that they should provide ethnic celebration access. For example, if someone celebrates Kwanzaa, there should be an atmosphere where the family comes in and there's a celebratory atmosphere, birthdays as well, Christmas, Yom Kippur, whatever, Hanukkah, whatever your celebration would be, that they would involve staff as well as family members, and they would accommodate that. It still is a part of who you are.
residents should expect that their cultural needs, their social needs, and their religious needs are all respected by the staff and catered to in a long-term care home. That's where family councils can also help other family members understand what it is that the act entails, and to support family members in their role assisting the resident of the long-term care home.
I would also like to know what family hours and when my family can come, how much time they can spend, what options are there around Queen's Gardens here to go for quiet talks or for going outside and walking around the neighborhood once the nice weather comes.
Well, the new Long-Term Care Homes Act gives residents the right to be treated as an individual. So their needs and wants are respected, their dignity is key, and that's what you would expect in your home and in a long-term care home.
I would like them to have constant communication with the family so that we know his situation, good or bad, how he's doing. I like that they provide him with various crafts and interests, exercise programs that he can choose from, that he's not expected to attend. I like that reading material is made available to him, library access. They have, I would love to have a large variety of food choices. I think that's very important to accommodate various diets, be they religious based or medically based. I think that another thing is transportation should be provided if they can't, if they're not ambulatory, they should be able to go out in the world still and access the shopping centers, grocery stores, cinema, whatever, so they still feel like they're part of the community.
So in your packets, you guys actually have a printout. It's a 5-page printout directly from the New York State Department of Health website that discusses this right here, tag 483.10. It is a printout of what the definition of resident rights are, some examples of resident rights. So you do have a printout of that to refer to if you have any questions. Where's the slide I want to start at? Right here. So I'm not going to list all the rights off to you guys. There's too many to sit here and list them all off. That's why I like to use the blanket statement. If you have the ability to do it on the outside, they have the ability to do it on the inside, unless there's a safety concern. What do I mean by that? If you have Jane Doe who physically can't drive a car, but she wants to go out and drive a car, well, there's a safety concern there. So yeah, we have the right to go get our license and drive a vehicle, but is it safe for her to be able to drive a vehicle? No. So unfortunately, we won't be able to help her in that situation. But what we can do overall as a general blanket intervention to make sure that we are abiding by resident rights is to allow them to make the most independent choices that they can. When it comes to waking up in the morning, what time they want to wake up, what time they want to go to bed, what they want to wear, what they want to eat, when they want to eat, when they want to take medications. On the flip side, if they want to refuse medication, they want to refuse treatments. If we're approaching a situation with the thought process that let's have the resident make the decision of how this is going to go, how the care is going to be received, you are usually protecting those residents' rights. But again, that second point down, we have to have reasonable accommodation for it. There may be certain safety situations where we can't allow for that to happen. Like, for example, our candles. If someone enjoys the scent of candles, unfortunately, it's our policy because of fire prevention that we don't allow open flames. So you can see there are extenuating circumstances. The one major right that not a lot of people think of, especially when it comes to a busy day, taking care of 40 residents, if you're a unit manager, you're an LPN, the right to be fully informed. And this is not only extended to the resident, but to the resident's family if they're cognitively impaired as well. What I mean by the right to be fully informed is they have the right to know every aspect of what we're doing to care for them. So they have the right to know, obviously, how they're performing in therapy. They have the right to know what medications they're on. They have the right to know anytime we change a medication, whether it be discontinuing or adding a new medication or changing the dosage. They have the right to know all the orders that we may have in place. So if there's any radiology orders, so x-rays are ordered on the person, blood work ordered on the individual. They're now on therapy. They weren't before. They're now on an OT program. Maybe we just picked up on speech. We changed their diet. Any aspect of residential care, that resident has the right to know what we're doing. Okay. Important for the nurses to know, because technically if a resident asks what medications they're on and we just pop 12 pills, hurry up quick to get into the resident's room, we should know what each pill is, what it's for, what the dosage is, because that person, that resident has the right to know what that is. Then that extends to the family, especially their cognitively impaired individuals. Each time there's order change, an order update, some sort of performance update or service update, we need to be calling those families, let them know that's happening. This is specifically more towards the supervisors and the unit managers. So if we were on doctor's rounds and we changed the order of Lasix from 20 to 40, cognitively impaired individual, we have to call the families, oh no, hey, mom, dad was seen by the PA today. Because of the increase in edema, we're looking to increase their Lasix for the next 3 days. But the right to be fully informed is a big one. Everyone needs to be on the same page. The more informed that someone is about the care that they're receiving, or the more informed that the family is about the care that their loved one is receiving, the better outcomes can be reached. Okay, and a lot of times we prevent other issues from happening, other complaints from family members, complaints from residents. The more they know about how we're going to care for them, the better it's going to be. They have the right to use any service that they can purchase on the outside. So if someone wants to buy a Verizon cell phone, they can. If they want Spectrum cable or a DirecTV dish, we have to try to make some sort of reasonable accommodation. They have the right to phone calls, obviously. If they do not have a phone in their room or a personal phone, we have to allow them to use our phones, the phone at the desk. And the main one I like to discuss, especially with our CNAs, the right to participate in their own care. So again, I already talked about either refusing medications, refusing treatments, being able to discuss in an interdisciplinary setting their medication regimens, their treatment regimens, but mostly not just on a psychological level with the rights, but on a physiological level as well. We want to have our residents participate with their care as much as possible. Talking about CNAs, you have a resident who may be supervision for dressing, set up for dressing, but they take a very long time. Yes, it may be easier because you have 12 other residents to get to breakfast. Just hurry up and have that person get their shirt on with you helping them. But not only physiologically or psychologically does it help with that person cope being in a long-term care setting, projecting that independence, but physiologically, if you don't use it, you lose it. So the more that they can do on their own, the better they're going to be physiologically, psychologically. So they have the right to participate in their own care as well. The right to request or refuse. If we have a new admission come in, everyone is assessed on their ability to make medical decisions. If they're assessed to have capacity by our medical director or the medical team, we will always go to them for any sort of decision that needs to be made. If they lack capacity, both physicians, either a physician or the NP or the psych doctor, has to sign off. And then we will go, either next of kin or if there's a healthcare proxy in place. We assess their decision-making ability on admission. Residents do actually have a right to work or not work. To not work, that should be a pretty obvious one, right? We're not doing a work camp here. But if you ever had a resident who was interested in getting a job, it is our responsibility to try to make a reasonable accommodation for that. I always thought that's an interesting one for people to know. When it comes to visits, technically, residents have a right for 24/7 visits. You have the ability to invite anybody over your house any time during the day. So do residents. However, there are certain circumstances where we can limit visitation. The most recent example being COVID-19. There's certain guidances in place that if we have a percentage of positives or certain positives come up in a certain time frame, we can limit visitation. For the past 2 years, we've been limiting visitation pretty strictly, especially in 2020, those first few months. With those visits, they have the right to a private setting. So if you have someone who is a 2 assist or a sit to stand, Hoyer lift, and they have a visit, they're in a semi-private room. They don't want their roommate to overhear the conversation. We either have to redirect the roommate out of the room, set them up somewhere else, or get that person up out of bed and set them up with their visitation in a private area. Our residents have the right to make any grievances if they don't think that the care they're receiving is to the best quality, or they have other issues or concerns. They have the right to complain. They're also they have the right to be free from abuse or neglect, not just in general, but stemming from any type of complaint that they may put in against an employee. Residents have the right to be laterally transferred to other facilities. They're not happy with our services. They want to be closer to home. They have the right to be discharged. We cannot keep anybody here against their will. They also have the right to not change their room once we've assigned them a room in the facility. Now, again, extenuating circumstances, if we have a COVID outbreak or another sort of communicable disease outbreak, we may have to move rooms to better cohort people. In that situation, unfortunately, a resident does not have the ability to stay in their room if we have to make that decision. But that should be all laid out for the residents and their families of why the decision is being made. They have the right to be treated with dignity and respect. What does that mean? We all hear the word dignity. We all hear the word respect. What's it actually mean? Dignity. So any actions that we take that aids to the enhancement of the self-esteem or self-worth of somebody. So on the flip side, if we're not providing dignity to somebody, there's an action being taken place in the facility that either is lowering that person's self-esteem or self-worth, or puts them at risk of having a lower self-esteem or self-worth. Dignity is a very blanket statement. For those who have been involved in surveys with DOH before in other nursing homes, dignity tags are a big tag they always look for. For example, if we have someone that has a Foley catheter, they're in a wheelchair, that Foley catheter must be covered. The bag must be covered, the privacy bag. If it's not, dignity issue. If someone's going around with a bag full of urine hanging from the wheelchair, you can see how that could possibly decrease someone's self-esteem or their self-worth. Okay, so just a little quick example. When we are transporting residents in the hallways, outside of their rooms, they should always have some sort of pants or shorts on, seasonal dependent. If they do not want to be clothed in that manner, they just want to wear a gown, please, please, please make sure there is a privacy blanket in use. Those gowns tend to rise up. A lot of our residents who just like to wear the gowns, for some reason, also don't like to wear any underwear as well. But there should be something covering the bottom half of their person, whether it be a sheet or a blanket when transporting residents that are in gowns. When it comes to rights, and it comes to residents having someone that can, the word I'm looking for, advocate for them. Not everyone has an advocate. That's why, obviously, ethically, it's important for us as nurses and CNAs and employees of We Care to advocate for our residents. But there's also a state program in place. And this is the last thing we'll talk about before we go into lunch here. The Ombudsman program is a volunteer program. It's through the Office of the Aging, through New York State Department of Health. And what that is a person is assigned a group of facilities, and they are the advocate for residents if need be. So the ombudsman will come in, they'll sit in resident council, they'll take any complaints from residents, then they will follow up with the facility about what those complaints were. They'll follow up with the facility on if those complaints were handled on their next visit, how they were handled, if a QAPI project had to be executed because of that complaint. Excuse me. They do not have the ability to hand out tags, deficiency tags. but they do have the ability to contact our local Department of Health team or our state team to let them know that there may be a deficient practice that's occurring, and they can initiate a possible survey. So the ombudsman is a volunteer delegated by the state that is the advocate for our residents who may or may not have an advocate in the facility. And that takes us through resident rights and up to our lunch break. Now, this isn't our lunch break. The facility should be providing lunch for you. If they have not, I apologize. The facility should also have their department heads, their managers, all be coming down within this hour to see you. So if you are ordering out for lunch, I please ask that you bring it back to the room so you don't miss any of your managers, department heads. So if you have any questions for them, now would be the appropriate time to do so. So shortly here, there will be an hour timer that clocks down. Once it hits 0, it will pick right back up with abuse and neglect.
nothing changes.
Life. Life.
right, let's get going from abuse and neglect. So as we discussed, resident rights, they also have a right to be free from abuse, neglect, exploitation, misappropriation. Okay, and that's for anybody who is an employee, a volunteer, a contract worker, an agency worker. They're free from abuse, neglect, exploitation, misappropriation from anybody. When we talk about abuse, there's a couple different forms. The one that everyone first thinks of is physical abuse, right? So hitting, punching, slapping, kicking, roughhousing, anything that can cause physical harm to a resident. There's also verbal abuse, and that's not just what we say. It's also any sort of gestures, anything that we write down on a piece of paper. And just like anything, it's not what our meaning is behind what we say, it's how someone interprets what we say. Some other examples of verbal abuse: screaming, teasing the resident, using foul language, yelling, giving the middle finger. On top of verbal abuse, there could also be mental abuse. There may be no actual physical harm, but we're talking about humiliation, harassment, threats of punishment, deprivation, intimidation tactics, ignoring people, telling them they're too much trouble, repeatedly raising the issue of death, making them scared, making them frightened. Then we have sexual abuse, sexual assault, harassment. It does occur. Fondling. Involuntary seclusion. Like the word suggests, or the phrase suggests, it's someone being secluded against their will. So either locking someone in their room because they're giving it too much trouble, or even locking someone out of their room. Residents have the right to be in resident care areas whenever they so please. Again, unless there's a safety concern. That means they have the right to be in their room whenever they want. They have the right to leave their room whenever they want. So if we put someone in their room or lock them out of their room without their consent, involuntary seclusion. That is a form of abuse. Now, if abuse is actual harm being caused to someone, neglect is the potential, or something that gives the potential for someone to have harm. There's two different types of neglect that we talk about. There's passive neglect and active neglect. Active neglect is when we're doing something that consciously we know may deprive people of services that we should be providing. So ignoring call lights, making someone wait for your convenience, not feeding a resident who needs to be fed. The one that people don't think about is passive neglect. Something that we do that consciously we don't think or are aware it could be causing harm to somebody, but it does put someone in a predicament where harm can be caused. So if you forget to put the call light in someone's bed, if you leave them on the commode, the toilet, the bedpan, when we tell people we'll be back in 5 minutes, and it's longer than 5 minutes, that's what I like to tell people. I'll be back when I can. I'll be back as soon as possible. Misappropriation. That is us using any of the residents' belongings to benefit ourselves. That is something as major as money or as small as using someone's phone charger. Now, I know on this slide it says without the resident's consent. However, our policy says with or without consent. Even if the resident that you're close with lets you use their phone charger, it's against our policy for misappropriation. Can't do it. Similarly to misappropriation is exploitation. That is when someone manipulates another individual into receiving some of their property or some service of theirs for personal gain. So you have someone with dementia exploiting that disease, their confusion, to steal money from their drawer. Our job as not just a corporation, because it's our duty to our residents, but as employees, and now you guys, excuse me, is to prevent abuse and neglect from happening overall. How do we do that on a corporate level? Well, one, we screen on our own employees. We discuss that when we talk about code of conduct. Training, abuse and neglect training starts on orientation, general orientation. and then it happens at least annually there on after. However, abuse and neglect workshops are sprinkled in throughout the year. We need to be able to have our employees identify potential abuse and neglect situations. We need to, and we have, an investigation policy, and then we need to be able to report any sort of instance or incidents that needs to be reported. When it comes to investigation, A&I reports are used, like we discussed earlier. However, it is important for everyone to know that if for some reason there was an abuse or neglect complaint filed against you, we automatically suspend that employee until the investigation is complete, okay, pending the results of the investigation. We are not suspending anybody because we automatically assume that you are guilty. We are suspending that individual to protect not just the residents from any possible future event occurring, but to prevent staff, to protect staff members as well. Okay, so it is not an assumption of guilt if you are suspended. It is just part of our policy to protect our residents and to protect you. It's important to remember we are all mandated reporters. What does that mean? That means that if we see potential abuse or neglect happening, we have to report it. In our policy, we need to report it immediately, okay? In the instance where there is an active abuse situation occurring, the first thing we want to do, just like with our R.A.C.E acronym, is rescue the resident, remove them from that situation, ensure that they are safe, and then make the supervisor aware immediately, okay? Per law, you have 2 hours. Per our policy, it has to be done immediately. Anything after immediate notification on a facility level could be cause for termination. Anything after 2 hours in a criminal case, you could be charged with the same penalties that the person conducting the abuse is charged with. The same goes for not reporting anything at all. Okay, so it is a time-sensitive matter. It's important to remember that as employees and mandated reporters, it's not our job to label something abuse or neglect right then and there when it's happening. Our job is to report instances that may be abuse or neglect instances, okay? We have to allow the entire process to take place, the investigation to take place, has to go through the proper channels. So it's not our job if we see something on the floor, we hear something on the floor. For example, we have a demented individual where CNA is trying to help them get dressed. And we hear the demented individual start yelling out from their room that the person's hurting them. If we go down there and it's the CNA and the resident in the room and the resident screaming out that they're hurting them, even though they are confused at times, and you've dealt with this individual before, and that's what they always shout, unless it's care planned like that, and they're always shouting like that, which at that point should always be a 2-person care. But in this example, we have to report that to the supervisor. And investigation has to happen. That person cannot go back on the floor and work until that investigation is complete. To piggyback off the screening, we did mention it earlier, but the Prometric system, for example, for CNAs, the registry, any red flag up on Prometric, we do not hire those CNAs. A specific A&I form that we use for certain situations would be like an injury of unknown origin. It's one thing that some people don't think of sometimes. If it's the first time we have found a skin issue and it's not attributed to a medical condition, so a pressure ulcer, a diabetic ulcer, we have to file as an injury of unknown origin. So our individuals work with wheelchairs a lot. You guys know how our residents like to keep their elbows outside the wheelchair. We take a turn too short, they get a skin tear on their elbow. Any sort of skin condition, we have to report to the nurse, right? We need to have proper documentation, because if the next shift comes in and finds that skin tear and there's no documentation on how that injury happened, we have to fill out an injury of unknown origin report and investigation, because we have to rule out potential abuse or neglect. If someone fell and there's a bruise on their left arm, they fell down on their left side. If it's not documented accordingly, the person fell on their left side, there's redness to that arm, the next shift comes in, no one knows the fall, and there's just bruising on someone's arm, We have to do an injury of unknown origins report. So anytime there is an injury of a resident and there's no proper documentation that shows where that injury came from, you may be asked to give a witness statement for injury of unknown origin report. What that will entail is going back several days previous to when it was found, getting witness statements from all employees from all shifts who may have been engaged with that resident. So if they're on 4th floor, we'll go back day shift, evening shift, night shift, and get witness statements from all of those CNAs, nurses, the aides if they were working with therapy. Okay. Now it may be simple as the day shift nurse and the day shift CNA were both witness to the person getting a skin tear from banging their elbow on that door. Okay, great. But it's important that we have that documented accurately and in a timely manner so we don't have to waste resources having to investigate a possible injury of unknown origin. Okay. Again, the main purpose of an injury of unknown origin report is to rule out abuse or neglect if we're to find a deteriorating skin condition. But just keep that in mind, accuracy and timeliness of documentation. So again, mandated reporters. Here's the list. You can actually stop at the second example. Any employee, any operator. That includes volunteers. We are all mandated reporters. We have to report under law any instance that we may find to be abuse or neglect situations. Here's a statement from the Office of Professions. It essentially states that if you fail to report, you are just as guilty as the person who is doing the abuse. And if you are found guilty, it usually results in forfeiture of your license or your certificate. Again, we cannot stress this enough. The first thing to do if we see potential abuse occurring in the moment is to stop the abuse from happening. Remove that resident from the situation and then alert the supervisor. Okay. The witness statements are just the same as we reviewed with accidents and incidents. And here is the legal jargon of what we just discussed about being just as guilty if we do not report, the consequences of not reporting. The reason we review abuse and neglect, not only on orientation, but throughout the year and then on an annual basis. You know, like I said, we start from screening. We want to bring in the best people in. If anyone has a history of any sort of abuse, whether it be on the outside, some sort of criminal record, or through Prometric, through another facility, you know, we don't hire those individuals. So if we're only hiring good individuals, why do we have to talk about abuse and neglect? Because anyone is at risk for possibly abusing an individual or even neglecting an individual. We talk about passive neglect, something you may not think of that you did that is a neglectful act. But if you look up at the screen here, there's a couple examples or some risk factors of what someone could be going through that puts them at risk of being an abuser. If you look through these, a lot of them fall under the umbrella of burnout. Okay, omitted lunch breaks, long shifts, overtime. And if you keep up on the healthcare news and whatnot, we know burnout and short staffing are prominent issues in the healthcare industry. So if we're all at risk for burnout, we're all at risk for working short staffed and whatnot. That means we're all at risk for potentially putting ourselves in a scenario where we could, and again, it may not be consciously, be abusing or neglecting a resident. So any questions on abuse or neglect? Misappropriation, exploitation? Awesome. All right, next we're gonna talk about advanced directives, DNR, DNI, full code. Let me get you a picture of what we're gonna be talking about specifically here. Anytime a resident comes into a facility, we have to have a code order for them. What does that mean? We need to know what we have to do in the event of a medical emergency or a code blue where that person's unresponsive. They're not breathing, there's no pulse. To document what those orders are, or what that resident wants to have done to them, or what the family wants to have done, we require that every resident has what we call a MOLST form, the medical order for life-sustaining treatment form upon admission. What this form does, it's a legal document reviewed by either the patient, their healthcare proxy, and 2 medical professionals. And like the term states, advanced directives, these are the directions that a family member or a resident are making in advance of a situation where they may not have the capacity to make medical decisions at that point in time. So if someone is unconscious, not breathing, no pulse on the floor, they obviously can't make decisions for themselves. So we can't ask them if they want CPR or not. So we fill out this MOST form, hopefully prior to admission, if not on admission. And it tells us, if we find you incapacitated, what do you want us to do? Do you want us to do CPR or not? If someone comes in and does not have a MOST form filled out, they do not have the capacity to fill one out, we cannot get a copy from a healthcare proxy. We treat everyone as if they are a full code until we have the documentation that proves otherwise. Does that make sense to everyone? So if you come in without a MOST form, you are full code unless you have the mental capacity to fill out a MOST form with a provider, or a healthcare proxy can come in and give a copy of the MOST form, provide a copy of the MOST form, or fill one out with our providers. So when we talk about advanced directives, we're talking about documentation that shows what either someone wants to happen if they're incapacitated, or they don't have the ability to make decisions on their own, or who else can make those decisions for them. So another version of an advanced directive could be a healthcare proxy. A healthcare proxy is someone that's appointed by the resident when they're in the right state of mind, that says this person can make medical decisions for me if I do not have the mental capacity to make them for myself. Now, there is a distinction in New York State between a healthcare proxy and what we call a POA, or a power of attorney. In New York State, a healthcare proxy only deals with the decisions that affect the person's health. A POA, or a power of attorney in New York State, only affects decisions that have to do with the person's finances. So if you are a power of attorney, some families get confused. Oh, I'm a power of attorney, I can make mom a DNR, DNI. Unfortunately, no. Power of attorney only deals with financials. Healthcare proxy then deals with the healthcare side. So everyone needs to have a MOST form filled out. If they have a healthcare proxy, we need that in writing. We need a form that shows they have a healthcare proxy. If they have a POA, we need a form that shows that. We need to have the documentation that supports these advanced directive orders. So if we're in a code, the first thing that a supervisor will do, will either check the MOST form or designate someone to check the MOST form. And that will show us if we need to either perform CPR or not on an individual. Please get with your department heads. Your facility may have other methods of identifying a DNR, DNI, such as a color band or a color code. On a corporate level, the 2 ways that we find out advanced directive orders is either through the physical MOST form or on the point-click-care EMR system, which is a digital copy of that MOST form. Those are the only 2 ways that we identify DNRs, DNIs, or full codes, code status on a corporate level. Your facilities may have more specific interventions in place, so please give your department heads to review those if possible, or when possible, I should say. On point-click-care, you will get a full orientation, but here's a little snapshot of where it'll be. It'll really say code status, and then all the information from the MOST form. So those who are not familiar with the MOST form, not only does it involve CPR or no CPR, but it also involves what we call comfort measures or limited medical interventions. If you guys are familiar with the term hospice or palliative care, the MOST form addresses if that would be an option in certain situations. The MOST form addresses if we want to send them to the hospital or not in certain situations, if they want to use antibiotics, they want to use IVs, if they want tube feeding. And whatever is defined in that MOST form, you will see under code status in the point-click-care. Okay, we're going to take this time to catch up on our sheets. So you can sign off on your abuse and neglect. You can sign off on your advanced directives form. And that should bring you up to infection control. With infection control, not only do you have a sign-off, an acknowledgement, there's also a few take-home handouts. 3 of them are from the CDC. They discuss PPE, how to properly put it on and put it off, what we call donning and doffing PPE. And the last one that has to do with infection control is the hand-washing competency. What I'll have you guys do is just sign that hand-washing competency and put it in your folder. Don't fill out any of the other information. Based on our policies and procedures, during orientation, communicating what hand hygiene is and our expectations is appropriate for our competency of our individuals. So I'll give you guys some time to catch up on those sheets, organize them appropriately, and then we'll dive right into infection control. Okay, infection control and prevention. I'm going to skip ahead here. I want to chart. Here we go. When we talk about infection control and prevention, we are specifically talking about this picture right here we call the chain of infection. Our job is to keep our residents safe, keep them healthy. Part of that is to keep them free of infection. We talk about chain of infection, we're talking about communicable diseases. Diseases that can spread from person to person. And what we need to do to keep our residents safe is we need to, one, stop disease from coming in the first place, or from developing in the first place. But two, we need to stop the spread if there's a communicable disease present. The way we stop the spread is by taking a look at this picture here, our chain of infection. I even have a little cartoon picture if this is easier on the eyes for you. The chain of infection talks about first an infectious agent at 12 o'clock. So let's take COVID-19, the germ. The actual virus COVID-19 is our infectious agent. The next chain is the reservoir. So where that infectious agent, that pathogen is going to be living. Once that pathogen infects someone, to infect another person, it has to be able to leave the body. So it needs to have a portal of exit. It needs to be able to travel to somebody else. So that mode of transmission at 6 o'clock. Once it finds someone else, it needs a way to get into that person's body, so portal of entry. And then once inside the body, that person needs to be what we call a susceptible host to be infected. And then that chain continues as a cycle. To stop the spread of infection in a nursing home, because like those of you who have children know, who go to schools, once someone in kindergarten has a cold, they all have a cold. Once someone has a stomach bug, they all get the stomach bug. It's just the same thing in a nursing home. Just it's another congregate care setting. One person gets a cold, usually a whole unit gets a cold, stomach bug, 3-4 people get a stomach bug. COVID-19, you guys have heard enough news about that. So what can we do as employees to stop the spread of infection? We need to break this chain of infection. For example, if we took that COVID-19 pathogen and this chain of infection, you guys right now are wearing masks. We're trying to prevent, in theory, that portal of exit and that portal of entry, trying to remove those two from the chain to break the chain of infection. With vaccines, we're trying to remove the susceptible host chain in the chain link in the chain of infection. If we can remove those 3 links, well, in theory, you remove one, the whole chain falls, right? But with masks and vaccines, we're trying to remove 3. Now, those are good interventions, but the number one way to break the chain of infection is to stop the infection from traveling in the first place. So removing that mode of transmission. The most common vehicle for viruses, bacteria, harmful pathogens to travel on are our hands. So the number one way that we can stop the spread of infection is through hand hygiene and appropriate hand hygiene. Hand hygiene is the gold standard. It helps remove that mode of transmission out of the chain of infection, break that chain of infection. When we talk about hand hygiene, we're talking about 2 different forms. We can use either alcohol-based hand sanitizer, which we prefer, or the old-fashioned soap and water. We want everyone to use hand sanitizer as much as possible. The evidence-based research has shown that's the best way to stop that mode of transmission, stop the chain of infection. The best way to wash your hands is an alcohol-based hand sanitizer. However, there are certain circumstances in which we must use soap and water. For one, if our hands are visibly dirty or soiled, you must use soap and water. And 2, if you are coming out of a transmission-based precaution room, you need to use soap and water when leaving that room. So I mentioned 2 instances of when to have proper hand hygiene, one of them being coming out of a transmission-based precaution room. What does that mean? First, let's start with this term here, standard precautions. Hand hygiene, the wearing of gloves, These are things we do with anybody, no matter what their active disease process status is, right? If it's wet and it's not yours, don't touch it without gloves. So we use standard precautions for everyone. It's an umbrella term. So when you hear standard precautions, you're thinking hand hygiene, the use of gloves, disinfecting materials before we're using on multiple residents. We'll talk about that in a bit. Underneath the umbrella term of standard precautions, we can then break it down into 3 other categories, types of precautions that we use depending on what disease process the person may have. The first type of transmission-based precaution is what we call contact precaution. We put people on contact precautions if they have any disease process that we know is communicable or transferred through direct or indirect contact. So if I have the germ on my hand and I shake your hand, now you get the germ on your hand. That germ is something we're going to have to use contact precautions for. If I can put my germy hand on a coffee cup and then you pick up that coffee cup without a glove, that's indirect contact. So we're talking about MRSA, VRE, ESBL, C. diff, for example. The next type of precaution we use, what we call droplet. So if someone has a disease process like the flu, and it can be spread by droplets of respiratory secretion, so saliva, mucus, a cough, or a sneeze, we're going to want to put that person on what we call droplet precautions. So we need to wear a mask anytime we go into that room, and possibly some eye protection, depending on the situation we find ourselves in. And the third type is called airborne. Similar to droplet, these disease processes like tuberculosis are spread through respiratory droplets. However, the droplet itself can linger in the air, can travel about for a very long period of time. With airborne precautions, we also have to wear masks to protect our respiratory airway, protect our airways. We have to use a special mask. We have to use an N95. Okay. For your guys' information, in the event that someone is diagnosed with a disease process that requires airborne precautions, we transfer them to the emergency room immediately. Why? Because with airborne precautions, a part of that is having what we call a negative pressure room. It's where there's 2 entry doors into a room, because the patient's room has its own dedicated HVAC system that sucks the air out. So sucking out those droplets that are lingering in the air, putting them through a furnace to burn those pathogens, and the air is released back into the environment. No nursing home that I am aware of in New York State has the ability to have negative pressure rooms or have negative pressure rooms in their facilities. Specifically, we care. We do not have any negative pressure rooms. So what do? Our policy is we immediately send them out to the emergency room. However, in the event we have to go into that room for any reason prior to them being transported, again, just a reminder, we have to wear an N95 mask. Speaking about PPE, let's go back to these precautions and we'll talk about PPE. PPE has been a hot topic these past 2 years, especially in 2020, where we had a quote unquote shortage. When we talk about PPE, we're talking about personal protective equipment. So what we use in the healthcare setting to protect ourselves from getting any of these diseases that we're working with. So when we talk about PPE, we're talking about gloves, gowns, masks, face shields. And depending on what type of precaution this person is on, now again, they may not be on any, but they may have disease process that requires precaution. We have to put on appropriate PPE that corresponds to the type of disease that we're looking to prevent the spread of. So if we have someone on contact precautions, we're afraid of it spreading through either direct or indirect contact with the individual. So obviously we're going to want to have gloves. And we also use gowns, whether it be disposable or rewashable, to protect our scrubs, protect our uniform. In the droplet rooms, obviously we wear masks. Now we're wearing masks already. Just important to remember, when you're coming out of a room, you have to do what we call doff your PPE, which means take off your PPE. In your packets, there are 3 sheets from the CDC of how to put on PPE properly and 2 ways to take it off. So you can take those home and refer to those for future use. Essentially, all PPE has to be removed in the room. We want to keep that germ in the room. So we don't want to take PPE off outside of the room. Any sort of trash can that has PPE should have a lid on it. Okay, and we want to dispose of that in the room. For COVID, so you guys know, we use a combination because after a couple of years, the information is still not clear what the best practice is. So we use a combination of contact and droplet. So if someone is on contact, droplet precaution for COVID, you need to have a gown, you need to have gloves, you already have a mask on, you need to have some form of eye protection. Now, most facilities have it so that part of our policy is an N95. So if you have not been fit tested for N95 yet, please do not go into a airborne or a droplet for COVID room until you've been fit tested by employee health for an N95. We use a combination of all three. We roll that N95 over. So gown, gloves, mask, N95, and face shield if you're going into a COVID room. Okay. So any questions on PPE and which PPE to use based on your precautions? Any questions on precautions? Okay. We also have practices in place, policy and procedures in place to prevent against what we call bloodborne pathogens, bloodborne diseases. Because we are working with individuals that have IVs, we use the use of needles. Skin is fragile and can tear easily. We're taking care of people's peri areas. We are constantly exposed or have the potential to be exposed to blood. And there are some disease processes that are transferred through the exposure of blood from one person to another. The three main ones we discuss are the two hepatitis B and C. Hepatitis A is fecal oral for those who ask. And then we talk about HIV/AIDS. The one thing that we do, the main thing that we do for bloodborne pathogens, to prevent the spread of bloodborne pathogens, is standard precautions. Your gloves, your hand hygiene. We also have practices in place for dealing with situations where you're the most at risk of coming in contact with contaminated blood. Where am I here? For our nurses, you guys are always in with needles. We have sharps containers. Number one, all of our sharps should go in a sharps container. CNAs, you guys use the razor blades to shave residents. They're single-use razor blades. They should be thrown in the sharps container. We do not want to throw any sharp object in the garbage can. We are trying to protect the individuals who are then taking out the garbage from accidental needle sticks, accidental pokes. Along with the sharps containers, all of our needles, no matter what type of needle it is, has either an auto retracting device where after you administer all the medication and push the syringe all the way through, the needle will retract into the barrel on its own and you will not be able to get it out again. Or it has an auto sheathing device where a piece of plastic shoots out over the needle to where no one can get stuck on the needle. So those are the two engineering mechanisms that we use. If for some reason you do have an accidental stick with a dirty needle or an exposure of some type to a sharp, a dirty sharp, we do automatically send you to the emergency room for evaluation. They will do blood work on you. We will look into to see if the resident has any bloodborne pathogens. If they are, for example, HIV positive, the emergency room will give you antiviral therapy. We want to protect that from happening. So any sharp material, always in the sharp container. Any needle, never try to recap, especially the dirty ones. Auto sheathing device, auto retracting device. Make sure that they're engaged before you start swinging that needle around. In the event that you're exposed to something, a bodily fluid in the eyes, we have eye washing stations. Just like the fire extinguishers, there should be a sign on the ceiling that points down above the eye washing station. Most of the time, is a sink that has a knob you turn where instead of the water falling down through the faucet, it shoots up at your eyes. So you would look over those, turn the water on, it flushes your eyes out. Okay. So that's bloodborne pathogens, PPE, precautions. Other practices that we use, part of our hiring process. You guys had to give your shot records. So you cannot work in a nursing home or healthcare setting without certain vaccines. One, obviously, being the COVID-19 vaccine, hepatitis B vaccine, MMR or proof of titer. Okay. We do recommend everyone gets the flu vaccine during the flu season. It is not required, however. Those are other ways that we try to prevent the spread of infection or communicable disease. Another way is disinfection. Now, each one of your buildings has what we call sandy wipes and different color sandy wipes. What I mean by that is the lid on top of the wipe containers, the disinfecting wipes are different colors. Depending on the color changes with what material or what product, what cleaning product is built into those wipes. So for example, your light blue tops are your bleach wipes. Your purple tops are, we call it your QAPI wipes. Sometimes your white tops, your alcohol wipes. Each facility is different, so make sure you're reading the label. But building off the label, the important thing to know is that each one of those wipe containers will tell you what it is good against. So if you have someone that's in a C. diff room, you only want to use the wipes around the back. It says it prevents or kills the C. diff spore. Just for your guys' information, bleach is the only thing that we use for C. diff. On top of reading the label to see what bug the QAPI wipe works with, it also has what we call dwell time. So one of the questions that we ask in our infection control audits, our surveys, and what you'll be asked even in DOH surveys is how do you know, one, what wipe to use? And the answer is, well, you look at the back of the label to see which microorganism you're trying to kill. So like again, C. diff, you see it as the bleach wipe. Then they're going to ask how long is the dwell time? Dwell time means how long does that material have to stay wet for the disinfectant to work. So C. diff, for example, is 3 minutes. How do I know that? It's on the back of the container. We're going to talk about labels as it comes to safety data sheets in a little bit here, but as it pertains to disinfectant equipment and what type to use, how long the dwell time is, you always want to look at the back of the bottles, the back of containers. That's your answer to find that information. When do we use those disinfecting wipes? Well, the biggest time we use it, other than them being dirty or soiled, is if we have to ever share equipment. What do I mean by share equipment? Blood pressure cuff. We do not have one blood pressure cuff for every resident. Most of the time we're going around getting blood pressures with 1 or 2 cuffs, or we're getting oxygen saturations with 1 or 2 sat machines. In between each resident use, you must disinfect each reusable equipment before going into and using it on another resident. Make sense? So you have a blood pressure cuff, it should be wiped down with alcohol before going into and being used on another person with blood pressure. If you have a glucometer, in between each resident, that needs to be wiped down with an alcohol pad. Okay. Some examples of some materials that are rewashable, but we don't like to use in between, for multiple residents would be a Hoyer sling or a sit-to-stand sling, for example. Because those are like a fabric material, they must go through a machine washing process to be considered clean. So please do not use Hoyer slings in between residents. That material is, all the saliva fluids from the body can soak into that, urine, blood, and it needs to be machine washed before it's clean. So please do not use Hoyer slings or sit-to-stand slings for each individual resident. Each person, if they need it, should have their own individualized sling, or there should be a place you can get a clean sling. Okay. So we talked about how to prevent disease, how to break the chain of infection, what PPE we use. I do want to talk about what are some of the common infections you see in the nursing home so we can prevent those. As a pre-log, there's 2 different types or classifications of infection that we use in a nursing home. One we call community acquired, so it's an infection that you received outside of our facility. And then there's healthcare acquired, or HAI. So you acquired that infection while you're in the facility. We keep track of that for 2 reasons. One, the more infections that we see are happening inside the facility, that may be a systemic problem. We may need to have to retrain individuals. But it goes right towards our quality measures. We want to give people the best experience of living here. They should be free from infection. So we monitor all of our healthcare acquired infections to see if maybe it's a systemic issue. Other than the quality of care for our residents, any healthcare acquired infection, we do not get reimbursed through their payer source for dealing with healthcare acquired infection. So if you have someone that has healthcare acquired pneumonia, insurance does not cover the antibiotics that are that are ordered for that individual with pneumonia because they acquired the pneumonia in facility or UTI in facility. So for those two main reasons, it's important for us to know what are the most common healthcare acquired infections. Well, one is a UTI. Why? The older we get, the less frequent our brain tells us that we're thirsty, that we need to get in some fluid. So risk of UTI, dehydration, lack of urination, poor peri-care. 90% of our individuals are here because they cannot perform their own peri-care. UTIs are the most common infection in a nursing home. Next, respiratory infection. So your colds, just like in kindergarten. Why? Because we're all so close. Our rooms are right next to each other. When we're in group activity, we're hands-on. We can't stop everyone from having an interaction with people. We do the best we can, especially if there's an outbreak. But I always look at nursing homes like preschools, kindergarten, first grade classroom. Which brings us to the third one, GI infection. So your stomach bugs. So why the cold? Why the stomach bug? Not just the close proximity, not just the congregate care setting, but most of the time you will see a spread of these infections because of poor hand hygiene. Not by the residents, but mostly by the employees. Eye infections, your conjunctivitis. Again, another form of either poor hand hygiene on our part, or we're just not washing people appropriately, getting their eyes, using clean washcloths. And the last most common infection is a skin infection. Again, whether it be because of poor peri-care with open sores already, we're not turning and positioning people appropriately, so they then develop bed sores that then get infected. So those are the top ones: UTIs, respiratory tract infections, stomach bugs, eye infections like conjunctivitis, skin infections. We want to prevent those from occurring. One, we monitor all of our infections, like I said. Our infection control coordinator for each facility looks at all of our antibiotics prescribing practices, all of our infection rates. It's part of their QAPI project to try to identify trends, possible trends we may need to reverse. Okay. On top of trying to prevent the common healthcare acquired infections, and on top of trying to prevent our transmission-based precautions, even deeper than that, we're trying to prevent what we call the spread of MDROs. So a lot of the times when they're on those precautions, so your contact for your MRSA, your C. diff, MDRO stands for multi-drug resistant organism. If you guys have heard the term superbug in the past, this is what it refers to, where there's not a lot of medications that help kill this germ or this pathogen. So you may see somebody in the nursing home setting that is diagnosed with an MDRO, a multi-drug resistant organism. C. diff, I keep mentioning C. diff, that is an MDRO. Only killed with Vanco, most of the time, only killed with Vanco or Flagyl for the nurses that are there. Okay. The way we prevent MDROs, stick to the basics, standard precautions, sticking to your transmission-based precautions. I tell everyone, if you scrub in and scrub out, you wash your hands before you go into the room, you wash your hands outside of the room. If you were only to wash your hands in those two instances, which I do not suggest, everyone knows job appropriate times to wash their hands. But if we just did the bare minimum, scrub in and scrub out, we would do a very good job at preventing the spread of communicable diseases inside of our homes. Okay. And we talked about COVID, we talked about the flu, vaccines. In the event, before we move on to OSHA, in the event that there is a COVID outbreak, I just want to give you guys a rundown of what we do. We have to cohort all of our positives together. We have to cohort our exposed by themselves in private rooms. And then we have to have a third cohort for anybody else that's negative or not exposed. So if you were to ever have a COVID patient in your homes, or someone was to come back with a positive COVID test, you'll see your home break into 3 separate sections, one for the positive individuals, one for the exposed individuals, and then one for everybody else. Anytime someone's positive and their roommate is negative, they're considered exposed. Those exposed individuals have to go into private rooms. Even if you're in a quad room meaning 4 people in one room, 1 positive, 3 negatives, those 3 exposed, even though they've been in the same room, they have to be separated into their own room. So don't be alarmed if you come in, you have a positive test of a resident, and now you have to do 5, 6 room changes to make that all appropriate, the cohorting appropriate. For those who don't know, OSHA is an organization that protects the safety of the workers. Okay, Occupational Safety Hazard Association, Safety and Health Administration. I'm sorry, I should say. Wow, I butchered that one. When it comes to OSHA, the important things for you guys to know as it relates to OSHA and we care in our facilities is that in each facility, you will see a binder that looks like this. This is called the SDS binder, the safety data sheet binder. For those who have purchased cleaning products at home, you know, some of those cleaning products come with safety sheets that show, directions on what to do if ingested or exposed. What an SDS book is a collection of every safety sheet for every chemical that we use in the facility. Liquid, gel, powder. If it's a chemical and it has a safety sheet, we put it in our safety data sheet book. For you guys, it's important to know that we have this and the location of them. They're in common areas. Get with your department heads of where to find it specifically in your facility. It's important for you guys to know where they are and what the purpose of them is in case of any exposure to a chemical. So if you're a housekeeper and you're working with a powdered cleaner and that gets in your eyes, you know, first you want to go to the eye wash station, and then your supervisor should be going to the safety data sheet book to see what happens, what we should do now there's an exposure. Not only does it tell us safety information for an exposure, but you will see the safety sheets look like this. Here, what the product name is, who the supplier is, any precautionary statements, what to do in case of a fire or first aid if it's flammable. You'll see on the top right there, hazard pictures. We'll go over a few of those and what some of them mean. But they're kind of just quick references to what danger that material brings. There'll be filled with more hazard statements, and then what to do, like I said, in the event of an exposure. So speaking of those pictograms, here's a few you may or may not already be familiar with. You may see on semi-truck trailers, transportation vehicles. This picture here means usually the material is a carcinogen or there's some sort of toxicity to it. Flammable equipment or flammable material. Skin irritants, eye irritants, acute toxicity. A gas cylinder, so for oxygen, for example, our oxygen transport trucks have the gases under pressure logo on the semi. If material has corrosive properties, you'll see it burning through the hand or the pipe. An explosive property. An oxidizer, it means it increases flame, increases burn rate. And then the skull and crossbones, it means extreme toxicity, could possibly be fatal. So these SDS books tell us how to handle the material, what to do if there's an exposure, who to contact, what type of adverse reactions may occur if there's an exposure. So the important thing to know is that we have an SDS book. Please get with your managers to find out where the actual location of the SDS book in case you need to utilize its resources. Any questions on that? Awesome. Okay, that takes us to our last segment of the day, sexual harassment. We did mention our code of conduct, our standards, our ethics, that we do not, or I should say that we look down upon any form of harassment, especially sexual harassment. I do have to say that any previous company I've done orientations for usually don't specifically mention sexual harassment. So I am happy that this company does pride itself on being aware and making others aware and being proactive in preventing sexual harassment. So our official definition of sexual harassment under the law is any form of gender-based discrimination that's unwelcome verbal or physical behavior based on a person's gender. Again, just like verbal abuse, it is not what you say, it is how it is interpreted by that individual. And then on top of that, it's not just how it's interpreted by that individual, but it may be also how it's interpreted by a third party. So a lot of us have friends that we work with. A lot of us have friends we joke around with. If we make an inappropriate joke to somebody and a third party hears that joke and they're offended by it, that's covered under the sexual harassment law as well. So it's how anyone who can hear those comments, who can see those acts, how they interpret that. It's up to that person's interpretation, not how you were trying to project it. Okay. Some other examples would be inappropriate touching, threatening adverse action for the refusal of a sexual advancement, conditioning promotions or opportunities for sexual favors, so a quid pro quo, making any sort of sexual remarks, derogatory comments to anybody. Again, we are a zero tolerance facility or corporation, I could say, when it comes to any form of harassment, but especially sexual harassment. I had mentioned in the beginning, we want to make an environment that people want to come to work to. We want to make a healthy work environment that people want to come back to work. They want to provide for our residents. And part of that is making a environment that people feel safe in. So if you see it, if you witness it, if you are subject to it, please report your supervisor, to your corporate compliance officer, to the administrator. And with that, any form of our general harassment orientation, day one, has come to an end. Thank you guys for being attentive. Here is my contact information again for any sort of questions you may have, not just on general orientation, but for any questions in the future. Feel free to send me an email, shoot me a text, give me a call. Again, my name is Patrick. I am the Corporate Director of Education for WeCare. So thank you guys very much. Good luck with your future endeavors here with WeCare. I look forward to seeing you around your facility.